Hebrew Israelites are twisting the scriptures, and we debunk them live. Coming up. What is going on, YouTube? It is your boy, Faithful the God, and I'm back at it again. Unfortunately, my brother Willie is out of commission. He has a little bit of a medical situation that he's taking care of, man. Y'all keep that brother in prayer. He will be back soon, Lord willing. In the meantime, though, man, we got a great live stream for y'all today. And of course, for the Hebrew Israelites, the join link is in the chat. If you are watching this video, the join link is in the chat. This is an invitation for all Hebrew Israelites to come in here to prove their as yet unsubstantiated claims. So while we wait for our Hebrew Israelite friends to come up in here, we're going to take a moment to actually go over a presentation. And this presentation is going to deal with the scripture twisting that a lot of Hebrew Israelites do. Many of you know, if you've dealt with Hebrew Israelites online of all different varieties, that they have a propensity to misuse the Bible. They have a propensity to isolate verses, misread ideas into the verses, things that are not actually being conveyed with the author's original intent. And so we're going to look at some of that right now. Shout out to the sister Lauren, always showing love and support. So the presentation is How Scripture Gets Twisted, the Anatomy of Proof Texting, and 12 Commonly Misinterpreted Passages. Of course, we're going to deal with context, Hebrew grammar. In some cases, it would be Greek grammar if we're talking about the New Testament. Chronology, covenant, and biblical theology. The central question, does the text actually say what the interpretation claims it says? And Hebrew Israelites, at any point in time, if you disagree with something I'm saying, the join link is in the chat. Here is the join link. A lot of you talk about how you're going to do this and that. I've seen some of you in the comment section of my videos talking about how you're going to come in here and destroy me. Well, this is your opportunity to show and prove. I'm here live. I do these every Tuesday and Thursday, and a lot of you are nowhere to be found. Same guys talking bold in the comment section are nowhere to be found. So let's actually get to the second slide in the presentation. The pathology of proof texting. How can a biblical passage be made to say something it doesn't actually say? And if you examine the very top, let me actually do this real quick. You'll see that it says, removing a verse from its immediate context. Redefining a Hebrew or Greek word, usually by misusing a resource like Strong's Concordance, for example. Treating a verb as an ethnic adjective. Turning symbolic imagery into literal racial descriptions. Ignoring historical fulfillment. treating temporary instructions as permanent commands, equating commandments, quote unquote, with the Mosaic law without proving it, isolating one verse while ignoring the larger biblical storyline. Similarity is not proof of identity, context before conclusion. So let's continue on. Case 1 is Deuteronomy 28:68. The claim, the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies. The argument, Egypt plus ships plus being sold equals the transatlantic slave trade. The anatomy, if one looks at the relevant phrase there, ye shall be sold, it's wahit makartem, the root of which is makar, the root of selling, the verbal root of selling. The construction is in the hitpael verbal stem in biblical Hebrew, which means that it is reflexive in its construction. In other words, it's not you shall sell yourselves. It is you shall sell yourselves. Pardon me, I'm saying that backwards. They will say, oh, well, the King James says you shall be sold. Wahit makartem, though, hyper literally means you shall sell yourselves, or you will offer yourselves for sale. The context, Egypt has a historical covenantal meaning here. Ships existed throughout the ancient world and do not intrinsically prove modern historical events. Twisting mechanism, relying on an English passive translation while overlooking the Hebrew reflexive grammar, then forcing a modern historical identification onto the text. This one is the one that's probably the most misused by Hebrew Israelites, and it really shows you their lack of familiarity with Hebrew grammar, how Hebrew actually works, because they're really just reliant on the English of the King James there. And because the King James says, you shall be sold, they'll automatically assume, oh, well, our people were sold. And it mentions ships, even though it says into Egypt. And of course, they'll argue Egypt there is a metaphor for bondage. It's being used in Exodus to mean the house of bondage. But no, it's the other way around. Egypt was the house of bondage because the people of Israel were in bondage in Egypt. Not that Egypt means house of bondage. But it goes to show you there's another example of twisting something out of context. So you shall sell yourselves, or you will offer yourselves for sale, is exactly what the relevant Hebrew word means underneath the text. That's why the Geneva Bible, which predates the King James, renders the English there, ye shall sell yourselves. All right, so let's keep going. Here's the fourth slide. Case number 2, Jeremiah 14:2. The claim, they are black onto the ground, and they will argue that black onto the ground means that Jeremiah is describing the tribe of Judah as a black racial population. The anatomy, when one looks at the relevant phrase there, black, they are black, it's actually a verb, kadru. It is literally in the call stem there, and it indicates that the gates of Judah have darkened or blackened. So it's not even in reference to skin color, it's in reference to the gates darkening, which would make sense because the people of Judah were experiencing not only famine, but also a siege at the hands of their enemies. And so the context is Jeremiah 14:1 introduces the dearth. The immediate context describes profound drought, famine, physical suffering, and divine judgment, not an ethnic self-declaration. Twisting mechanism, turning a condition verb into an ethnic adjective. And of course, this is another example where they're misusing these passages. So let's look at case number 3. Jeremiah 17:4. The claim, thou shalt discontinue from thy heritage. The argument, Israel lost its heritage, therefore Israelites lost their racial identity, because they treat the word heritage there in the English of the King James to mean like how a person would use heritage to mean in a modern colloquial sense, like, oh, they lost their culture. But the anatomy is the theological equation of heritage equals covenant inheritance, i.e. the land, since the word there for heritage in the Hebrew text is literally the word for inheritance in reference to the land. The same root that's used there in Jeremiah 17:4 is used in Deuteronomy 21:23 when it says the land is their inheritance. So heritage is not racial identity. The context: Jeremiah announces covenant judgment against Judah. The heritage God gave Israel fundamentally connected to the covenant inheritance, specifically the land. The verse never states racial amnesia. And you'll know this because all you have to do is read Jeremiah 17:3 to talk about them committing idolatry within their territory. And because of this, God will make them leave from their inheritance, i.e., the land, to serve in the land of their enemies, which makes sense because that's one of the curses of Deuteronomy 28. So the twisting mechanism is redefining biblical heritage as modern racial identity. So again, so far we've seen 3 examples and we have 9 more to go. When you have these guys misusing these verses, what they have to do is ignore the immediate context. That's the hallmark of a bad biblical methodology. If you have to ignore the context to come to your conclusions, if you have to ignore the surrounding verses to come to your faulty interpretation, then your interpretation is wrong. Context is king. Context supersedes your private interpretation of the text. Let's keep going. Here goes case number 4, Isaiah 28:10. Now, this is how they're usually going to go about claiming that you're not supposed to read the Bible like a novel. You're supposed to read it precept upon precept. And they're going to assert that the way you do that is by reading Isaiah 28:10, because they'll assert that Isaiah 28:10 is claiming that this is the special way on how you read the Bible. So Nashan, I see you in the stream. Hold on. Give me a second. I need you to mute your mic for a second while I finish reading this, all right?
Night.
After I finish reading this, then you can jump in. So I got you on mute right now. So let me just finish reading this and then I'll bring you I'll have a conversation with you. So the claim is precept upon precept, precept upon precept. The argument: precept means Bible verse, providing a divine formula for assembling isolated verses to find the truth. The problem is the anatomy is that the context is this is not a study guide, meaning Isaiah 28:10 is not teaching you how to read the Bible. It is a warning to the people who rejected God's instruction, culminating in the judgment via stammering lips and another tongue. And of course, Isaiah 28:13, which they don't bother to read. But the word of the Lord was unto them, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little, that they should go and fall backwards, be broken, snared, and taken. It's a word of rebuke against both houses. In verse 14, hear ye these words, ye scornful men that rule these people from Jerusalem. The first 9 verses is talking about the crown of the drunkards of Ephraim. So there you have an example of how the relevant biblical passage is actually a word of rebuke. And the people were murmuring against the prophet. So what's interesting about that relevant passage is the following. Number 1, the words must be are not in the Hebrew text underneath the translation. Hebrew Israelites that make that verse, like they'll claim that, oh, it's saying precept must be, like this is a command, don't realize the words must be are not in the Hebrew underneath the translation. They're added to the English of the King James. That's why if you look at a critical edition of the King James, those words must be are in italics. Most Hebrew Israelites don't know that. And what they'll do is, oh, well, what about Psalm? Through thy precepts I get understanding. What they'll end up doing is they'll run to the book of Psalms 119 and they'll read where it says, through thy precepts I get understanding, not realizing the word there, pikud, is used, not the word solve, which is used in Isaiah 28:10. 2 different Hebrew words. But it goes to show you the twisting mechanism, redefining a Hebrew word and turning a prophetic judgment into a hermeneutical formula. All right, so we're going to bring our friend in here. All right. I mean, you were already in here, bro. I don't know why you decided to jump in several other times, man. But are you able to hear? Are you able to hear? Hello? Okay, I'm going to just... All right, Nashan, are you able to hear, man? Yeah, your mic is good. You should be able to talk right now. So if not, we're going to move on to the next slide. Here goes the next slide. Yeah, so Nashawn, you're gonna have to jump back in. All right, there you go. All
Yeah,
right,
I'm
you
back
able to hear now?
in.
Yeah, yeah. So are you able to hear now?
Yes.
Okay. So you know how this usually goes, man. You know this is not gonna go well for you, but it's all good, man. You know, sometimes people have to learn the hard way, man.
All right, that's what I do. But I just want to ask a few questions before we just go into the relevant topic. Do you believe that the Phoenician, I mean, I'm gonna just start off saying this. Do you believe that the Canaanites are black?
Do I believe the Canaanites are black? So when you say black, what do you mean? Like sub-Saharan African? Is that what you mean? Oh goodness gracious, this guy. As soon as I ask the tough questions back, it's like now the technology doesn't seem to work for these guys, man. This is crazy. Hey, for the Hebrew Israelites out there, please give me a run for my money today. Please don't make this. You guys make this entirely too easy. You guys give me too much content by some of the worst Hebrew Israelites decide they're going to jump in here and be the representative of all the Hebrew Israelites, and then they end up doing the worst job. Then, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, Nashawn, you got to fix your connection, bro. If you cannot stay in here, if you cannot stay connected, we can't have you be in here, bro. It's just tedious having a conversation with someone that way. Do you have Wi-Fi? Do you have an ability to get by your Wi-Fi and stay by your Wi-Fi?
Yes.
Okay, go connect to your Wi-Fi before you continue this conversation, because I don't want you dropping in, dropping out, dropping in, dropping out, because that becomes annoying, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, look, but
No,
yeah.
no, no, no. Go connect to your Wi-Fi. Before you say anything else, go connect to your Wi-Fi. Let me know when your Wi-Fi is connected, man. Yeah. I'm going to put you in the back. When you finally get your Wi-Fi connected, jump back in here. This dude's going to jump in here. Bad microphones, Bluetooth be all out of order. Dudes be on their data, man, you know, capping they prepaid minutes and all that. Crazy, man. Man, and forgive me if I'm sounding a little carnal right now. It's just frustrating because I tell these guys every single week, before you come in here, make sure your connection is good. Don't come in here if your connection is bad. Audio is imperatively important when we have these conversations, since we're not on camera. And at some point in the future, moving forward, I'm going to force guys to be on camera because I'm going to be on camera. So no more of this, oh, you're going to be seeing our avatars and we're doing this podcast now. Moving forward, we're going to start doing these with cameras on. And if your connection is bad, you're not going to be in here. You're going to get booted out ASAP and in a hurry. All right, Nashawn, are you good now?
Yeah, I have to use a different device.
Yes, please stay on that device. If it keeps your connection connected, stay on that device. Your audio sounded horrible. Now it sounds much better. Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, so do you believe that the Canaanites were black?
When you say black, what do you mean?
Like African, black African.
Do you mean like Bantu African? No.
I mean, but you believe in the Bible, right?
I believe in the Bible. What does it have to do with proving that they were sub-Saharan African? Like, do you think, let me ask you a question. Do you think everybody except Esau was sub-Saharan African?
I absolutely don't. But
okay, so
no,
hold on. Wait. Let me ask you this question. What was Japheth according to you?
That was so-called be Europe, I think. But in a way, yes, Esau, there's a book out here.
No, wait, stop. Stop. Hold on, stop. Because I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. Okay, Japheth. Okay, so do you think it's absurd do you think the Canaanites were sub-Saharan black African people?
I don't know about actually coming from sub-Saharan Africa because, after the flood and everything, and after the Tower of Babel, when the languages was confused, it was switched around and confused among many people. God changed the language of all the earth. Like a lot of nations started speaking
Bro,
different
you're doing
languages.
a lot of rambling. Hold up. You're going on your rambling. You do this every time you have a discussion with me. You start rambling and you start going on like these spiels. Let's kind of reel it back a little bit. I want you to think about this logically. Okay, you believe that the entire earth descends from the three sons of Noah after the flood, correct?
Yes,
Okay, Europeans are descendants of who, according to your ideology?
Edomites, the Esau. Yeah.
Yeah, but history doesn't prove that. In fact, it would be ridiculous to assume that, given the fact that if you think that Europeans descend from Edom, Europeans on their father's side are predominantly haplogroup R1BM269. You believe African Americans supposedly descend from Jacob, right? Well, African Americans by majority are E1B1A. In order for Europeans to descend from Edom, they would also have to be E1B1A predominant. Why? Because Jacob and Esau were twin brothers with the same father. You inherit a Y chromosome from your father. That means that if you think Jacob is the progenitor of Western Central African descendants of slavery, that means he would also have to be, pardon me, if you think, Jacob, then his father Isaac is the father of Esau. That means he would also have to be whatever Jacob is paternally. That means if Jacob is E1B1A, Esau would be E1B1A. That becomes impossible. Do you understand? Because most Europeans are R1BM269. That's a completely different people group with a completely different father side starting point. How can Europeans be Edomites if on the father side they're completely radically different people than Western Central African descended people? And here's the other part. Here's the other thing. How can Europeans be Edomites, right? According to your theory, if according to the biblical text, Jacob is younger than Esau, but haplogroup R1BM269 is younger than E1B1A. E1B1A is older than R1BM269. So you have it backwards. You have Europeans being literally, you have them, if you're saying they're Esau, you have them being older than Western Central African descended people, since most Western Central African people in Western Central Africa today are E1B1A, the majority of the people and the majority of the people that were taken as slaves to the Americas. But in reality, their haplogroup is older than Europeans. But the biblical text says that Jacob is younger. He's younger than Esau. You have a worldview where your worldview doesn't reflect reality, because one, the Bible never says Jacob is the progenitor of Western Central African people, and the Bible never says Esau is the progenitor of Europeans. That's crazy.
All right. Let me have my chance to speak. Yeah. So the reason the path you're going on is exactly the path where I wanted to be placed at. It's talking about DNA. You hit the exact same subject I was just trying to truly hit at here. It's DNA. For example, I mean, you can say, all right, let's say the Canaanites were sub-Saharan Africans, which I'm not saying they were, not saying they weren't, but let's say they were sub-Saharan Africans. They weren't. Actually, I was trying to say. Let's say they weren't sub-Saharan Africans. Do you still believe that there may be a chance that they're black?
If you mean dark-skinned, sure, I don't have a problem with the Canaanites being dark-skinned, but by that same standard, when I mean dark-skinned, I don't mean Bantu African, Western Central African phenotype. I just mean people with dark skin. For example, Osama bin Laden had dark skin. Who does Osama bin Laden descend from, according to you? Who did he descend from?
I believe Ishmael.
Ishmael, how do you know that?
Well, when the Arabs came on the rise, let me stop you.
Let me stop you for a second. Wait, let me stop you for a second. Arab is a linguistic designation that tells us nothing about who he ultimately descends from. So when you say Arab, you're showing your ignorance. So how do you know that he descends from the people of Ishmael? How would you know that? How do you know about him specifically? You don't know that. You have no idea to know that. You're just guessing.
I'm not guessing. I mean, when you look it up,
you are guessing. Okay, wait, hold on. You're guessing. because you don't know anything about his father's side. You don't know what his Y chromosome is. You have no idea. You're just making it up as you go along. Are you familiar with the actor Nicolas Cage?
No.
You don't know who Nicolas Cage? You don't know who that is?
I mean, I probably do, but I'm not very knowledgeable of all the names.
Okay, I
and
got
how
you. I got you. All right, cool. All right, I got you, bro. I got you. Are you familiar with Albert? Are you familiar with Albert Einstein?
A little. I know he existed.
You've heard of Albert Einstein, right?
Yes.
E equals MC squared. The famous, like, he was a genius. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Is Albert Einstein on his father's side the same as the majority of Ashkenazis?
Let me just go for a second.
So if you can look up Albert Einstein, right? If you're going to make an argument based on how he looked, you've already lost.
I mean, yeah, his father was Jewish, yes.
His father was Jewish, yeah. Okay, Albert Einstein on his father's side is E1B1B. He was E1B1B. The predominant haplogroup, not the majority, because there's no majority. If you're going to be, I mean, there is a majority, but there's no like, this is what 50 or 60% of Ashkenazis are. But the largest singular haplogroup amongst Ashkenazis is J1. Right? I believe like 23% of them have J1. So Albert Einstein on his father's side is different than 23% of Ashkenazis that have J1. That means he's not the same as them. Now, for the record, there are Ashkenazis that have E1B1B. But you notice that those are two different people groups. That means those two people groups don't have the same immediate starting point, right? Because being Ashkenazi tells us nothing about, like, saying, oh, that person's Jewish tells us nothing about who they ultimately descend from, paternally speaking. So Ashkenazis who are E1B1B have a different starting point on the father's side than Ashkenazis that are J1. That means they don't both descend from Jacob, right? Or even in the case that you have, they both can't descend from Esau. That's impossible. It would be impossible for Ashkenazis that are E1B1B to descend from Esau, and then Ashkenazis that are J1 to also descend from Esau. The reason I'm bringing this up is because you have such a myopic, like, scientifically illiterate worldview. Because I believe in the Bible, you believe in the Bible, but you believe in it in a really myopic, poorly, like, vetted way.
I mean, all right. I mean, let's just say this. Let's just say this. I mean, let's deal with common sense.
No. Hold on, bro. No, hold on. No. I don't want you to. No. Mute your mic for a second here. I want you to mute your mic for a second. You have a poorly vetted worldview. The problem that I'm bringing up to you is that everything I'm saying is like, I might as well be speaking a completely different language to you right now. Because this is an issue that you cannot reconcile from your current perspective. You think in the dichotomy of lookership. Oh, someone looks this way, or in this myopic. Oh, everybody in the biblical text all the Arabs descend from Ishmael. Like, anybody that's an Arab descends from Ishmael. Like, do you not realize how absurd that is? Oh, all Jewish people descend from Amalek. This is dumb. No disrespect, man, but the reasoning is not based on the evidence. It's not based on objective reality. It's based on fantasy.
Okay, but I only asked one question thus far.
I'm
trying to have a deep dialogue. I'm trying to go into a deep dialogue.
Brother, you can't have a deep dialogue if you don't even know what you're talking about, because you're starting with the assumption. Here, watch this. Do all Ashkenazis descend from the same singular progenitor on their father's side?
You asking me the question there?
No, I'm asking the wall. I just spoke to the wall.
Okay. Okay.
Who was I talking to?
Probably no. But then again,
no. I don't want you to just say. I want you to answer questions with just yes or no. I want to teach you right now. I feel like this is a teaching moment. I feel that if I just let you ramble, bro, you're just gonna give me a headache. Yes, but you're not rambling because I'm not letting you ramble. Before, when I've let you get your points out, bro, you'll go on rambling sessions. It's like almost like I'm trying to get you to see the problems with your perspective. Okay, listen closely. If you agree that not all Ashkenazis descend from the same singular progenitor on their father's side, do you think all Arabs descend from the same singular progenitor? All people that identify themselves as Arabs today, do you think they all descend from the same singular progenitor on their father's side as well?
I guess not. I mean, I guess not. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't really deal with DNA too much, and the reason why I'm about to say this, well, I don't.
No, fam, I don't want you to tell me what you think. Listen, the Y chromosome is a reality of all human beings, right? If you're going to deny that, you're just denying reality, because the Y chromosome is observable. You can see your Y DNA under a microscope. That's a reality, bro. If you're just going to deny that, then you're just basically saying, I don't believe in actual reality. I'm just going to make it up in my head. Whatever I hear in my head, that's just the reality. And that's not how that works, bro. That's fantasy. That's not objective truth. Listen to me, because I believe in the biblical text, but I also believe in tangible reality. Here's the thing. People groups are not this weird, like whatever weird dichotomy that you have in your mind, because when you're asking dumb questions like, were the Canaanites black? The right question would be to say, yeah, sure, you have Canaanites that could definitely fit the morphological category of black. You could definitely have Canaanites that don't fit that morphological category. Do you know why I'm saying that? Because we have actual artifacts from the Canaanites showing that they were diverse. The Canaanites were not a singular monolithic population. They were made up of different people groups that joined together under the conglomeracy of particular tribal designations. And that's not me talking crazy. Like, I'm not casting aspersions on the biblical text, because the biblical text never says every single last Canaanite was physically a descendant of Canaan. No, man, like even the biblical text treats the people of Israel as not being monolithically all the physical descendants of Jacob, because you had the mixed multitude people that joined with them. The same with Egypt. Not all the people that lived in Egypt were monolithically the descendants of Mizraim. But you have this weird worldview where you think in the dichotomy of color, which is ironically enough how the racist colonizer that came over here and imposed caste systems thought in. And you've taken up his plight without realizing it, because you're thinking in this myopic black and white dichotomy, when that's not how the world works. It's not in the dichotomy of black and white, like we're thinking like the pages of a book. Do you understand?
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. You don't think that the Canaanites were strictly, as to say, black African, because there could have been other ethnic groups that were there that mixed in and lived with them
Sure.
for many years. You know,
I don't think that. That's objectively the case, because we can trace in old cadaver records of Canaanite samples. You can trace in those samples the modern populations that currently have those same genetic markers today. Notice I said markers, plural, because it shows that the people back then were mixed. They were a mixed population of people. And the people that are currently the descendants of those people are also a mixed population of people. You shouldn't assume that everybody today that lives in Western Asia, like on their father's side, is just going to be perfectly monolithically the same roundabout. So like, for example, the Canaanites were in places like Syria. They were in places like Lebanon, because if you look at where Phoenicia was historically located and you look at the people that are there now, well, there are people from that population that are descendants of those populations back then. Those populations today, though, are not monolithically one people. They're very mixed. So instead of asking the question of, were they black? Fam, ask the question of, like, how were you, like, help me understand. What connection were you trying to make? Were you trying to make the crazy connection of the Canaanites were black and Judah married a Canaanite woman and Israelites married Hamite women, therefore they must be black? Because is that what you were trying to angle for?
Actually, no. That's not exactly what I was trying to angle for. I was just trying to just make a point that DNA of today, is it truly to be trusted? And the fact that okay, look, let's say, okay, let's think for a second. Canaan had the same father and mother as Cush. Cush is the Hebrew word for Ethiopia. We all know that Ethiopia is a Greek word in origin, really. And it comes from the Greek word aethios, which means burnt face, because the people were very, very dark skinned. And you will think that Canaan and Cush having the same mother and father, because the only people who survived the flood was Noah, his wife, his 3 sons, and their 3 wives.
So what
Which
you just said,
Canaan
hold on.
had,
I wanna stop you. So what you just said is based on your speculation of how you're treating the biblical text and your flood model. So
it's not
here's
it's
the
not.
problem.
I mean,
No, no,
let me
here,
ask you. Let me
I'm
ask
gonna
you.
help mute I'm gonna help mute your mic so you can hear me. You're treating your flood model as the definitive end all be all. But I guarantee you that if we start getting into the flaws in your methodology, you're going to be left concluding, oh, snap, I really don't know. For example, how do you reconcile the phylogenetic tree within a global flood model the way you're proposing it? Because I believe the flood actually took place. You believe the flood actually took place. But you believe that nobody except, because I know that this is based on your misreading of First Peter chapter 3, and you're treating that as indicative of the flood is representing the three people groups, and everybody that's currently on the face of the earth descends from those three people. I know that's almost a default position amongst modern Bible believing people like in the West. But the reality is that when you realize the diversity of the phylogenetic tree, you're going to have to reconcile all the reality of Y chromosome lineages amongst people with those three populations. Now, it's possible you could try doing it, but it wouldn't work in I almost said bugged out. I have to catch myself. But it doesn't work in your personal worldview where you base everything on color. Now, the reason I bring that up is because you're basing it on color. Are there Canaanites that could have fit the morphological definition of black? Like by black, I mean sub-Saharan African? Sure, I don't have a problem with there being Canaanites that fit that definition, but were there also Canaanites that didn't fit that definition? And objectively speaking, the answer is yes. We have the evidence in the artwork of Canaanites, if you don't believe me. We have the evidence in the genetic records of Canaanites showing that they were diverse paternally. And that diversity wouldn't work in the current model that you have here. Let me ask you this question, right? Because you said you don't deal with DNA. Because I want to be careful in how I say this, because I believe that a person can because I want to be careful in how I say this. I believe a person could reconcile a phylogenetic tree with a global flood model if they're starting with a particular haplogroup. All right. So do you even realize that you need to have a specific genetic model if you're going to make this argument? Are you aware of that, Nishan?
I mean, yeah. I was doing something for a second. Yeah, just repeat the question. Repeat the question. Just repeat it.
Okay. Let's do the following. Okay, let's just think about this logically. I'm going to show you how this is going to become difficult for you. Is Jacob the progenitor for you of African Americans?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, if Jacob is the progenitor of African Americans, then Jacob falls under the E haplogroup branch, specifically E1B1A, because E1B1A is what most West and Central African descendants of slavery have, and it's also what most West Africans have. Okay, you follow me so far?
Yes.
Okay. If you keep going back, he can only come from progenitors that gave rise to E1B1A. You're eventually going to hit Shem, because obviously Abraham, going back all the way back to Shem, is going to leave you with the idea that, okay, if Shem is E1B1A, that means that his brothers would also have to be E1B1A, because you can only inherit one Y chromosome from your parent. So Noah would have to be E1B1A. Here's the problem already with what I'm proposing. How do you reconcile the fact that haplogroup R1B M269 is not a descendant of E1B1A? That means if Noah was E1B1A, he couldn't have given rise to a population that gave rise to Europeans. He could only give rise to E1B1A carriers. And most Europeans are R1BM269. Then you have haplogroup I. It becomes a mess, bro. At that point, hold on. At that point, I want you to hear the problem. If all three brothers are E1B1A, because that's the reality, you only inherit one Y chromosome. Your issue is then trying to find a way to reconcile the phylogenetic tree, the diversity of human lineages, with those three people. No matter what haplogroup you choose, you're going to end up in that same brick wall. Unless you go all the way back to haplogroup A and you say all three brothers were A, and then now you have to figure out what downstream mutations gave rise to, let's say, the descendants of Japheth and the descendants of Ham and the descendants of Shem. And if you try to make Jacob E1B1A, you're going to have a difficult time when you start realizing, well, how do you get from A to CT, A to B to CT to DE to E, and specifically E1B1A going down to Jacob, but then you think that the Edomites are the progenitor of Europeans and they're R1BM269. I'm trying to make that as simple as possible so you can see how that doesn't work, because R1BM269 is not a descendant of DE or E. It's a descendant of CF. Completely different people group on a completely different branch that was never given rise to by E carriers. E carriers didn't give rise to CF carriers. Do you see how that works against your model? Here, let me give you a visual.
Somewhat. But you gotta understand that, believing in the Bible, you gotta actually know that on a biblical basis. Like, for example, let's just ask the question: do you believe Ham was black?
Okay, again, we're going back to the idea of morphology, right? We've now reverted back to morphology.
The physical person Ham. Okay, let me just break it down as a simpler way to say it.
I don't know what the physical person. I don't know what the. Here, let me help mute your mic because you're unable to listen. Because the only way you can listen is if I mute your mic. So I don't know what Ham looked like. Do I think it's possible that Ham had dark skin? Sure, that's definitely, absolutely, definitely possible. The question is, do you think that having dark skin means that everybody else has to, like that? So I understand your perspective. Do you think all of Ham's descendants moving forward have to have dark skin in order for them to be descendants of Ham?
I mean, somewhat in a way, it kind of makes sense.
No, let me stop you.
Like for Cush, for example, it kind of makes it makes all the sense in the world.
It makes zero sense in the world. I'm gonna tell you why it makes zero sense. You have people that descend from, for example, E1B1B. Do you know that's one of the predominant haplogroups in Ethiopia? E1B1B. Now, of course, it's a specific SNP, a specific subclade of E1B1B that Ethiopians have. But Ashkenazis also have in their population E1B1B carriers. I just named you one. Your boy, Albert Einstein. Does Albert Einstein look outwardly black? Huh? Did Albert Einstein look outwardly black? Look at an image of Albert Einstein and you tell me.
Probably not, because over many generations, his father must have married a white woman. His father must have married a white woman, and if his father married a white woman, maybe he's gonna come out looking like.
Fam, let's look at Albert Einstein.
Okay, for real. But let me just say this.
I want you to look at Albert Einstein. I want you to think about this logically. You just said that if you descend from Cush, then you must look black. But you have somebody. So the people of Cush predominantly today are E1B1B carriers. Well, Albert Einstein was an E1B1B carrier. Does Albert Einstein, here, let's look at Albert Einstein. You tell me, man. because you got this weird worldview where you base everything on skin color, and then when skin color works against you, now you want to move away from it. Does he look like, according to you, if we're just following your faulty line of reasoning, does that look like someone who descends from black people, even though he has the same haplogroup on his father's side as a significant amount of Ethiopians, or at the very least, he's under the same general umbrella as many Ethiopians? Does that look like?
Listen to my lie. Listen to what I'm about to say. Maybe his father was with a white woman. Maybe before that, his father was with a white woman, or was with a woman of another race that was non-black. Maybe on and on and on and on, going back, tracing back his lineage, that it got to where he was, to what he looks like today, that looking 100% white pretty much, because over time, let's say his great-great-grandfather married a white woman. Let's say his great-great-grandfather married a white woman. Let's say his great-grandfather married a white woman.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. So then your argument just fell apart because you just refuted yourself. Thank you. Here. That was beautiful that you were able to use a little bit of common sense to realize you looking like something today tells you nothing about who you descend from, going all the way back over 1,000 years. What you're showing me is that you're myopic when you're dealing with this topic when it comes to certain groups of people, but then you come to your senses when I showed you an example of someone, Albert Einstein. Here's another one, right? Blake Griffin. Are you familiar with the basketball player Blake Griffin?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Blake Griffith's son. Have you ever seen his son?
No, I have not.
Okay, I'm going to show you his son. I'm going to just show you, because this game of, someone in the past must have had dark skin, therefore, I can tell who someone is today just based on looking at them. I mean, that's how you're literally trying to start off. You're trying to make connections through color, which is the dumbest thing ever. And then I'm giving you examples of people that don't look like the people that you would assume are black, but they descend from people who presumably would be black, according to you. And now you're willing to use a little bit of common sense. Well, I'm going to do the same thing with Blake Griffin, because if you're saying, so-and-so was black, so therefore you're going to know who their descendants are today. Nah, man, like that's not how that works, bro. Like, and I think you know better. But you're selective in how you use your critical thinking, man. Like, you're willing to be critical with some things and not critical with other things. Here, let's actually look at Blake Griffin's son. This is gonna be funny when you see this, man. This be the same guy that a lot of you would look at and say, "Oh, that's a white boy." Here, let me show you. This is Blake Griffin's son. This is why making appeals to color is really dumb. You see that little boy? Blue eyes, blonde hair. If you saw that little boy in the street, would you assume, now of course you know now because who his dad is, but if you didn't know his dad, if you did not know that his dad was Blake Griffin, would you assume that little boy descended from a black man on his father's side?
Of course, that assumption just wouldn't have been made because he looks white, because Blake Griffin's wife probably was probably a white woman that he had him by. And like I said before, when it comes to things like this, it's like when you talk about Albert Einstein, his great-great-great-grandfather must have married a white woman, and his great-great-grandfather maybe married a white woman or somebody that was non-black. His great-father must have
the choir right now. That's my point. Yeah, that's my point. My point to you was, when you're making these bad arguments about skin color, what you're showing us is that you're not thinking logically in one sense. And then when you're forced to think logically, now you can use your brain. That shows me that you're not a dumb person. You're not a stupid person, bro. You're not actually dumb. You know what I mean? Like, you are a little uncritical in a lot of areas, but you're not a dumb person. That shows me that you can think logically. And if you can think logically, then you know that when I'm presenting arguments to you, here, let me do something real quick. When I present arguments to you, you should follow along, right? Like, asking me what I think the Canaanites were, what the biblical Canaan was, the correct answer is I don't know. And that should be your response as well. Because you don't.
we do have a map to actually know that the Bible. Looking up
No, you
throughout
don't
a
have a
lot of
map. You don't have a map to
I mean, I
actually
mean, I
know.
mean, I mean,
Your map,
it's
if your map is based on skin color, you don't have a map, because we can look at artwork of the Canaanites and show them looking diverse. You don't deal with genetics, so you know nothing about the Canaanites' genetics. So therefore, if we looked at their genetics, you would realize very quickly, oh snap, my arguments for the Canaanites being sub-Saharan Africans as a people group, as a majority, falls apart. The genetic evidence doesn't show that. All right. See, again, you're thinking very myopically, because you think that when you see, for example, Canaanites in the Bible, in the biblical text, you assume incorrectly the biblical text treats all the Canaanites as monolithically being the descendants of Canaan, when they're not monolithically the descendants of Canaan. Even in the biblical text, think about when the people of Israel left out of Egypt with a mixed multitude, an ereb rab, literally mixed multitude in the Hebrew. That proves that the people of Egypt were a mixture of different peoples, plural. That means the people of Egypt were not monolithically just one people. That's a cut, because it destroys your argument of trying to make this about skin color. When Egypt, and you can see it on the walls, on the hieroglyphs, Egypt was a diverse place with many different peoples. It was literally the New York of its day. It was the power center of its region. It was the place where everybody went to try to get work and try to find a way of life, because in fact, even the biblical authors themselves convey that when Jacob and his family experienced a drought, where did they go to try to get food? To Egypt, right? To the place where food was plentiful, where it was a empire. It was a regional empire where many people came to live in. People intermarried with these people. So the people of Egypt were not just monolithic. So when a lot of y'all come with these weird ideas, all the Egyptians were black, all the Israelites were black, you're thinking like a modern Western American with a white man colonizer slant to you, because the colonizer thinks in the dichotomy of black and white. And I'm trying to get you out of his mindset. I'm trying to get you to think logically, in reality, even from the biblical text and even with genetics. All of the evidence is going to point against your faulty viewpoints. I'm trying to get you to think, because you're not dumb, bro. You're not a dumb person. I promise you're not dumb. I know you're not dumb. I know that you're actually smart. You were able to pick up very quickly on that thing about, well, if you intermarry with a population of people after many generations, you're not going to look like them. But you'll do that selectively, because I'm trying to get this idol out of your heart. This identity claim is an idol that you've created.
All right. So let's go into further dialogue into things here. Are you familiar with the Igbo Jews the Igbos being Jews? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, we already went through this. Let me actually show you this again, bro. The Igbo are not related to Western Asian people as a majority population. Let's actually look at that. All right. You want to do this again, right?
Going into the Igbos. I see what you're going to do. Is you're going to go into DNA, which I actually.
I'm also going to go into research that before the 1980s, Western African groups didn't identify themselves as Jews until the Operation Solomon started happening with the Ethiopians.
That's false. I can quote something real quick. Let me say something real quick about the Igbo Jews.
No. Let me stop you for a second. Bro, I'm going to mute your mic, so I'm going to finish my thought. We did this before. Edith Bruder, who's an actual scholar, literally details a survey of the Igbos and the different people groups. Yeah, Igbos are going to tell you today, oh, we've always identified. But fam, we have evidence in writing that shows that other people were trying to identify them as Jews and potentially Jews. They themselves, definitely as a majority, definitely were not identifying themselves as Jews until the 1980s. That's when you have this kind of, and it's not even the majority of Igbos, bro. It's a subgroup within the Igbos. That's the problem. I already showed you this. We went through this, and the genetic evidence proves that they're the same on their father's side as other sub-Saharan groups. They're E1B1A dominant, bro, on their father's side. Most Igbos are E1B1A on their father's side. E1B1A was in West and Central Africa before there was an Abraham, before there was an Isaac, and before there was a Jacob. So I've done this with you already. So you keep going in circles and bringing up these bad arguments, bro. I don't know why you keep doing this, because your argument,
your argument just said 1980,
no,
right?
no. I want you to, yeah, listen closely. Do you have written accounts from the Igbos where they were identifying themselves, not other people identifying them, that they identified themselves as Jews or Israelites before the 1980s? Do you have any written accounts?
Yeah, yes, of course. I'm about to read it right now.
Okay, what written account do you have? Wait. Listen to what I just asked you. What did I ask you?
From the Igbos themselves, yes, and it's from an Igbo man, yes.
Okay, show me your evidence from an Igbo man. Go ahead.
All right, so this book is right here. It's called Igbos, Hebrew Exiles from Israel, Amazing Facts and Revelations by Professor O. Alazi. Okay, I'm gonna just go to
what year was it? What year was that book written in?
2013.
You're showing me a book from 2013, bro. Listen again.
But the event that I'm about to talk about is not from 2013.
Okay, I got you. But listen, you're showing me a book from 2013. Show me writing from, let's say, 1950 or the 1800s, where the Igbos themselves are identifying this way. Because showing me a book from 2013, that's not helping you. Even if the book claims, oh, there was this source, you need to show me source material, primary documentation. You're giving me at best a secondary source. Give me a primary source. Something from like the 50s, the 1800s.
This event that I'm about to read about, this event that I'm about to read about, it goes back to 1948. Let me just read it real quick.
It goes back to 1948. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
You said it. Does that book give a citation to a writing from 1948, or is it alleging that in 1948 something happened?
No, the introduction of the book is by Dr. Jerry.
No, listen to what I just asked you. I'm asking a very simple question. It's not hard. You're not a dumb person. You prove to me that you're not dumb. You understand that? Do you understand what a primary source is, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the claim about 1948, does it give a primary source citation, or does it just make an assertion? An assertion is making a claim but not actually having a source to back it up. Meaning a citation where you can go to the actual writing, look for yourself and see, oh, it's right there. Is it just making a claim?
I want to believe that these people are just lying. You try to make it seem like
I need you to no. That's bad. That's bad research methodology. If you ever read a claim in a source, you need to give a documentation, a citation from a primary source. Otherwise, it's DuckTales as far as we know. I mean, you could say, well, I don't think these people will, but brother, I think they would lie. I think people lie. I think people are willing to lie. We've caught people lying on the Hebrew Israelite side countless times. You have Hebrew Israelites like the guy Will Brown from Boom Church Atlanta pretended to be a Hebrew scholar from Tel Aviv. We caught him red-handed in a lie. Okay, we've caught Hebrew Israelites lying on people, making up things. You had a Hebrew Israelite that lied on me, said that I said my dad was Irish, and come to find out he literally misrepresented me because I was quoting a source from Henry Louis Gates Jr. He didn't even see the quotation marks on what I was citing and just asserted that I was making the claim when Henry Louis Gates Jr. was saying his father's father's father was Irish. All right. So yes, Hebrew Israelites lie. People who are adjacent to the Hebrew Israelite position lie. We've caught guys who are West African advocates of Hebrew Israelism misrepresenting sources and lying too. So nah, man, people lie. People make up things. So unless there's a source documentation to a primary source, fam, you might as well just leave that alone. That's not a good source to cite as evidence.
I mean, like I said before, if you don't want to believe it as from the mouth of a real Igbo man that lived during that
Okay, here, let
time,
me show you a real
I
Igbo
mean,
man saying the complete opposite. So let's play the game of my Igbo versus your Igbo. So if I show you an Igbo saying the complete, here, let's do that. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm just gonna show you it. We did this before. I'm gonna show you an Igbo
I mean,
contradicting what you just said. No, 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 no. You said if an Igbo says it, it must be true. So now we're gonna hold you to your standard. We're gonna
but
see
you
if an
but you wanted
Igbo.
what you wanted the people claim. You want the actual people claiming it.
So
I'm
so
showing
now
you
I'm
that.
gonna show you the actual. So now I'm gonna show you the actual people saying the opposite, and now you don't want to accept it, right? Why? Because it
I'm
contradicts
not.
you.
I'm not. It's a non-accept. If you, there's probably Igbos out there who don't believe that they are Israelites.
So
There's
then,
probably Igbos out
so
there who don't believe
and you have Igbos
exactly
that
that.
do, and you do have Igbos that think they're Israelites. So because they think they are, that therefore they're right. They must be true, and the ones that don't must not be. No, I'm not just gonna give you the guy saying they're not. End of discussion. He's gonna quote citations and he's going to rebut the examples. Here, for example, all of this is
You want
easily
me to read
dismissed
my
by.
source?
I'm going to read my source because your source is just going to say in 1948, da, 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 and I asked you, does it give a citation? And you said no. So why would we care about your source? Now, this is going to give primary source documentation.
I don't believe that the guy would have lied. This is what I just told lies about the whole thing. No,
Okay, listen closely, man. You're basically saying because I want to believe this doctrine, I don't think this guy is lying. Now, I don't
I
think
mean, you
people.
spoke
No,
before. You don't
no,
believe
no,
Alaouda Ekwonianu
bro. Listen,
came from Africa, do you?
listen to me right now. I don't think the guy that wrote this article lied either. How do we break the tie? It can't just be like, well, we don't think they lied, so therefore stalemate. No, somebody has to be right and the other person has to be wrong. Would you agree? Mm-hmm. Will you agree that if somebody has to be right and the other person has to be wrong? Let me change this track. My bad. Somebody has to be. No, that was over here. Somebody has to be right and the other person has to be wrong. Would you agree?
Somewhat. Not all the way.
Somewhat.
Who claim that they
No. Bro, listen. Here, let me mute your mic because you're not able to listen. Both sides, if they're saying radically different things, cannot be right at the same time. If somebody says the Igbos are not Israelites and another person says the Igbos are Israelites, they can't be both right. Somebody has to be wrong there. They can't both not be Israelites and be Israelites simultaneously. They cannot be both physical descendants and not physical descendants simultaneously. Do you understand that? That's literally the logical fallacy of breaking the law of non-contradiction. Something cannot be both yes and no in the same sense at the same time. So, in other words, someone can't be a physical descendant and not be a physical descendant simultaneously. So between your source and my source, somebody has to be wrong. They both can't be right. Here, I'll be fair to you. Go ahead and read your source. Go ahead and read it.
All right, I'm going to read it. It's the introduction of the book. It starts on page 5. I'm going to just skip on down to this last verse. It says, in 1948, when we were young boys in Dennis Memorial Grammar School in Onitsha, something dramatic took place. Our then principal from Oxford.
Keep reading.
England, Reverend E.
No. Read what he said. Now, why did you stop? You stopped for a reason. Read the whole thing. Don't just stop.
I have to put the page. Okay, I'm going to read it again. In 1948, when we were young boys in Dennis Memorial Grammar School, Onitsha, something dramatic took place. Our then principal from Oxford, England, Reverend E.D. Clark, rallied all the 300 boys to the assembly hall for an important announcement. We rushed to the hall. He announced that the state of Israel had been born. We leaped with wild joy and ran out of the hall while he was still standing. He seemed to have been delighted as well. But the non-Igbo among us, including the millers from up north, all stood like lampposts, motionless and quite bewildered at our reaction. No, well, then I'm gonna read on. Then we had 7 British tutors, some English, some Welsh, others Scottish. Among them was Reverend Birch, our phonetics master, who called me and another boy and asked, "Why are you jubilating?" "Because the state of Israel is established," I answered. Now, this goes all the way back to 1940. I'm not saying that the people over there in the land of
Did he
Israel today
say?
are
Did
true Jews.
did
I'm
he
not actually
say?
saying.
In all that you read, did he claim to be an Israelite there?
For as much as we truly want to read this, he really is. Yes, he
Look,
is actually saying that. He
bro,
actually
bro,
believes that.
look.
This man actually
Did,
believes that. He does.
I hear
Like,
you. I hear you. But listen to me. In what you just read, did he say there we're Israelites? Did he say any of that? Did any of that come up? No. They just talked about the state of Israel. That's all that was mentioned there.
I mean,
Fam, do
yes,
me a,
but
look
the
at
reason
your
they celebrate,
no,
the
no, no,
reason they
stop,
celebrate
stop,
is because they thought they
stop,
were Jews
stop,
too.
stop. Or I'm here. Let me mute your mic, bro. So this way, look at your screen. I let you read that, and you literally gave me a whole bunch of nothing. Look what it says right here. Matter of fact, even Equiano. Do you know Equiano never claimed that his people were Jews? He mused if, based on the similarity of certain practices, if one people had descended from the other. Do you know this is the same Equiano that believed that Adam was a white man? Do you want me to prove that to you beyond a shadow of a doubt? That's what he thought. Now, I don't believe Adam was a white man, but Equiano believed Adam was a white man. And the reason why was because it was one of the prevailing incorrect theories that was being proposed by a lot of the writers of that period. Now, keeping in mind when Equiano lived, what people thought. Yeah, a lot of ignorant people thought Adam and Eve were white people. They thought that the human race was basically started by the Caucasian race. This was a very Eurocentric, incorrect way of looking at the world at the time. And yes, it is appropriately for the audience Eurocentric. That's exactly what was being proposed. Equiano was wrong because he was basing it on one of the prevailing theories at the time, which we know today is bugged out and absolutely wrong. Given the genetic evidence, given the reality of humankind, it is wrong. What we know about actual how human beings and what they look like originally, yeah, it was wrong. Now, listen to this. I'm going to take you off mute. So listen. Equiano never claimed that he was an Israelite. He never claimed that the Igbos were Israelites. And yet Hebrew Israelites will misuse Equiano.
If you read his book, he actually kind of does.
I've
say
read
that.
his book.
He
I'm going
he
to,
said,
bro, be quiet for a second. I've read his book. You do know that I would literally, you want me to pull up his book right now so you can see for yourself he never says it? He never says it. In fact, I'm going to tell you right now.
I'll quote right now what he has said, and we'll see if it's true or not.
Yeah, bro, what you've been saying thus far, you literally said, "Oh, in this book right here, this guy says that that in 1948 they were claiming to be Israelites," and you literally read something where he never made the claim. Like, you're not a very reliable interpreter of information, man. Like, you kind of shown yourself to be very like all over the place. And for the record, y'all, I want to be clear. This guy that I'm talking to thinks salvation is only for Israel. He has a very racist doctrine. This is a guy who's not saved. I'm trying to be balanced and I'm trying to be nice, even though he believes in a very heretical doctrine. I understand that this is a lost soul. I understand this is somebody who's not currently saved. He's outside of the body of Christ. I hope and pray he comes to be a member of the body of Christ. I'm not trying to mistreat him just because he doesn't believe the way that I believe. I'm trying to be nice to him in a sense. But he's a very frustrating guy to talk to, as you can tell. And the thing is that you can tell he's being disingenuous. You can tell that he's actually trying his hardest desperately to save his false doctrine. And fam, until you come out of that deception, you're going to continue in darkness, bro. You're going to continue being in darkness. I'm going to do something. Let's go to Equiano. Here.
Okay, yes, Akiana Alauda actually has said that the culture
no, he didn't.
The Jews, and he said the culture between the Jews and his
he
people
said
back
that
in Africa.
I'm literally the one that mentioned cultural similarities. Bro, you're not talking to someone dumb. You do realize that you can't pull the wool over my eyes or anybody in my audience. You're talking to someone who's very sharp in how they debate. I literally pointed out to you that he pointed out similarities. Did he ever say, my people are Jews or my people are Israelites? No, he did not say that.
But he basically, this is what he actually has said.
No, he didn't actually had said, no, I need you to do me a favor. Here, do me a favor. In that source, I want you to show me where Equiano says we are the Israelites or my people are Israelites. Where did he say that?
I got the book. I got the book. I think you get it.
I got the book here too.
I don't know where the specific page is at, but
nah, you don't know where the specific page. Man, be quiet, bro. Here, let's actually go to the book, man. When you start playing games like this, man, this shows me that it becomes a waste of time even having a conversation with someone who's just going to be disingenuous, because it shows me that you really aren't about truth. You just want to save your doctrine by any means necessary. That's just what it is, man. But I'm going to keep you on mute, man. I think it's better if we keep you on mute for now and we actually read Equiano's work here. I'm actually pulling it up on my end. I want the audience to see your level of disingenuousness. All right, so let's actually do it this way. Here, let's actually go here. I got it on my screen right now. You're going to stay quiet until I finish reading this, because hearing you talk, hearing you stutter doesn't do us any favors, man. Okay, do you see the screen right there? Well, you can't talk, but you see where it says chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, 5, etc., etc. You see all that? Now, when he talks about him and the Jews, let's actually do this real quick here. Let me do the following. Hold up. Here. Now I got it on my screen. I'm going to bring you off mute. Hopefully you don't start doing your interrupting. You don't start stammering and stuttering and you just listen, because I'm trying to help you. But it doesn't help me if you're just going to be stubborn. Okay, do you see the screen? Here, let's enlarge this. You see the screen? Yeah, I
see the screen. I also had the book turned to page 13 because I'm actually going to read where he says this.
Okay,
but
listen to what he says. We practice circumcision like the Jews, right? Did he ever say we are the Jews? Did he ever say that?
Can I read my response? Can I read my response?
No, you're going to answer my question.
We can decide off of that. We can decide off of that.
You're going to answer my question. No, you're going to answer my question.
He basically does, man.
Bro, look, I'm going to ask you. Bro, here, mute your mic for a second and listen to the question one more time. In this passage, we're going to go through all the instances where Jews appear, and then we're going to just read Jews singular. We're going to see where he says anything about the Igbos being Jews or Israelites. I'm going to ask again. In this passage, did he say we are the Jews or we descend from the Jews? Did he say that? I asked you a question. I asked you a question.
I have to admit, I muted myself. Yes. I was unaware that I was just steady had been muted. But yes,
a steady had been muted. Did he say here, we practice circumcision like the Jews and made offerings and feasts on that occasion in the same manner as they did? Like them also our children remain from some event, some circumstance, or fancied foreboding at the time of their birth. I was named Oladu, which in our language signifies vicissitude or fortune, also one favored, and having a loud voice and well spoken. I remember we never polluted the name of the object of our adoration. On the contrary, it was always mentioned with the greatest reverence, and we were totally unacquainted with swearing and all those terms of abuse and reproach which find their way so readily and copiously into the language of more civilized people. The only expression of that kind I remember were may you rot, or may you swell, or may a beast take you. Now I have a question for you. In this part right here, did he say we are Jews or we descend from the Jews? Did he say that here?
He didn't exactly say it there, but he did. He said the.
No. Answer my question. Did he say it? Did he say it or did he not say it?
He didn't say it in that packet.
Okay, stop. I know where he says it. I know where he says that one potentially could have derived from the other. We're going to read that. But see, that's going to undermine your argument, because he's willing to say the people of Igbo land descended from the ones that had these customs, descended from white Jews. He was willing to entertain that.
Because the world, as he knew it at his time of being in slavery, what the world probably accepted as being Jews would have been Ashkenazi Jews. But that
Bro,
would have been the most known.
Listen closely. In none of this does he ever say, "We are the Jews." Even the one place where you try to make an appeal where he says, he doesn't know if one descended from the other, he's simply basing that on the similarity of certain practices. But let's look at something right here. Let's see if all the practices are the same. Let's actually look at practices, since you want to make an appeal to practices.
The purification is the separation and purification after touching the bad body. There's separation and purification. The menstrual law.
I want you to mute your mic so you can look at this for yourself. So look at this right here.
This seclusion law.
Mute your mic for a second, man. Purification of dead bodies is practiced by a bunch of cultures as well. That's not an explicitly Israelite thing either. Just showing your ignorance right now. Look what it says right here. When it talks about all these different things. Here, let's actually go to the other one. It was part 2. This is made by an Igbo man. You see the guy right here? This is an Igbo man who says Igbos are not Israelites. Traditions of origin, right? We read this the last time. All of this right here, he's rebutting all of this. Look at this on your screen. Just look at it. Because I could read through all of this. Look at this. Eri, the claim about Eri. He rebuts that too, showing that the pronunciation is not the same as the Hebrew pronunciation. They're not even based on the same linguistic root. Migration routes. Look at that. Circumcision. Probably the argument that is used the most as a proof of Jewish origin of Igbo people is the fact that they circumcised their infant males. The people who generally mention that Igbo people came from Israel talk about circumcision on the 8th day, which is universal among Igbos. Unfortunately, what they forgot to mention is the fact that circumcision on the 8th day is not universal in Igbo land. There are places like Afikpo where it could be done as late as the teenage years. But when it was done in Igbo land, the delay was typically 1 to 8 days after birth. The delay of both the circumcision and naming of the child in Igbo culture was done mainly because of the high infant mortality rate in the days before colonialism, and that practice was shared amongst many African groups. There is no covenant whatsoever mentioned when the rite is done, and the foreskin is not even preserved, as it often is in Jewish rite. Furthermore, the burial of the umbilical cord, Ili Alo, actually has far more significance than the circumcision and actually does represent a covenant between the child and Allah, the earth deity, as well as the ancestor. Furthermore, they also intentionally leave out that both male and female circumcision was a part of the traditional society until recently, when which is certainly not a part of the Levitical code. Unfortunately, female circumcision is one of the aspects of the tradition that's still being practiced to this day, with figures estimating nearly half of women reportedly still undergoing it. Last but not least, the two methods of circumcision are extremely different. You can see that right there. Kosher diet customs. Another claim that is made amongst the Igbo Jews is that they shared the same dietary custom as those prescribed in the Levitical code. As a child, my father taught us we do not eat these fish without scales. How did he know that? We don't eat pigs. How did he know that? Igbo Jewish woman. The following is a list of the foods that Igbos traditionally have eaten that are specifically banned in the book of Leviticus. Unpure animals that Igbos eat: snail, lizard, bush pig, crayfish, crab, beetle, rabbit. The following list is a list of the foods that Igbos traditionally have eaten that are not specifically banned in the book of Leviticus, but would have been because of their characteristics. Name of the impure animals that Igbos eat: squirrel, dog, hyena, snake, porcupine. And he's giving the sources. Notice that sources are being cited here. As one can see, the traditional Igbo clearly, it says, as one can see, the traditional Igbo clearly violates the kashrut, which is the Jewish dietary law. Ironically, Samuel actually confirms this when he states the following. Grass cutters, they are kind of a rodent. They are like rats. They are larger and they live in the wild. So it is very popular meat in Africa, especially in the Igbo land. We call it, and I can't pronounce that word. And it's believed that when you have a guest and you give him a grass cutter, you've really honored your guest. But it is not kosher, so I stopped eating it. We still eat our African food, but we make it kosher. Here's an example of some of the things that they're eating. Fam, let me bring you, because you dropped out. Let me bring you back in here, since you decided to conveniently drop out. Yeah, Nashawn, I just showed an example of Igbo, and by the way, he gives source citation right there, of Igbos eating the unclean animals, Igbos practicing female circumcision, that not all Igbos circumcise on the 8th day. Man, look, even the Sabbath and holy days, a common trait amongst all Jewish communities worldwide is the observation of a day of rest on the 7th day of the week. One of the Igbo Jews makes an extremely misleading statement in the film. In Igbo land, we have resting days, Igbo Jewish women.
What about the mental seclusion law?
Bro, be quiet for a second.
About the mental seclusion law?
Bro, can you mute your mic for a second? Here, let me, so I can keep reading this.
I'm muted.
Because you're not keen to pay attention. You want to just, matter of fact, bro, here, stay in the back until I finish reading this. I want you to listen. What she is saying is in fact true. Igbo land still does have resting days. The only problem is that there is no such thing as a Shabbat in Omelala. In fact, Igbos don't even have a 7-day week. They have a 4-day week comprised of Eke, Ore, Afor, and Nikul, respectively. The sacred day not only differed by town, but also was particular to the deity in which a person was dedicated to. Sounds like polytheism, unlike the Israelites who were monotheists. For example, devotees of Amidoha and Ayawu would perform certain rituals on a 4-day. Devotees of Omoriri spirits like Obidu and Urashi would perform their rituals on 1 day, on Ori Day. Titled men and women also had their respective days of rest and meditation. Another interesting statement is made by Jeff Lieberman. Whether it's a Shabbat or Jewish holidays like Sukkot or Passover, each is greeted by Igbo gathering together from all the corners. What's ironic about Lieberman's statement is the fact that when goes and analyzes festivals and holidays in Igbo land, you will not find any that trace their origin to Israel or relate to any historical event of the Jewish people. Celebration of Jewish holidays such as Hanukkah, Purim, Sukkot, Shavuot, and Pesach are completely foreign to Igbo culture. Stories about the exodus from Egypt, destruction of the temple, exiles to Persia, Babylon, etc. are completely absent in Igbo mythology and folklore. The vast majority of Igbo festivals are related to agricultural cycles, culminating in the largest of all, the New Yam Festival, as stated in the indigenous knowledge system in Igbo traditional agriculture. Traditional festivals in Igbo land are mostly linked to stages in the farming operations and activities. They therefore serve as the farmer's calendar of events, both when the farm and off the farm. They mark the period of procurement of planting materials and farm implements, the time to tend the crops and the time to harvest and store farm produce, and the time to relax and celebrate any success achieved during the farming year. The sequence of events that take place in the farming system is aligned with different festivals that take place during the year. The traditional Igbo society does not have any names of months. Rather, it is the festivals and the times that they are held that guide them in their farming operations. Notice it's giving sources. Example of these festivals include the Festival of the New Year, the Festival of the Grasshopper, the Festival of the New Yam Festival, the Asala Festival, the Palm Wine Trappers Festival, etc. Agricultural deities are thanked during all the aforementioned festivals. Notice that it's deities, plural. Other festivals that are dedicated to traditional Igbo deities include the Olisa, Agwu, and you see all the names there. Festivals dedicated to women include the Obe Festival. Other festivals include the Ufala Festival, the Alo Festival, the Ozo title holders, and the Alulo Emulo Festival. Again, he gives sources. An integral part of nearly all of these festivals is the presence of masquerade. Emamwu, as they are called in Igbo land, are performed by secret societies and represent ancestral spirits as well as deities. During the festival, they provide entertainment as well as protection to those in attendance. The central part of Igbo culture is not found anywhere in Judaism or Jewish society. Yeah, Nishan, it's not looking good for you, bro. Not looking good for you at all, bro. And there's more. Look,
if we just say this. I mean, if you really want to just pay attention, let's just pay attention to what I'm about to say. The Igbo culture itself, I mean, even listening to Eloda Equiano, you got to take into consideration separation and purification after touching a dead body. You got to take into consideration menstrual seclusion law, which I can show you that they had that, according to Eloda Equiano himself. You had new moon festivities, I mean, to where they celebrate new moons. There's a lot of information in that book where you can honestly just clearly just see that, you know, like for real, yeah, sacrifices made during after childbirth, which is also Hebraic. If you want to be truthful with it, I mean, hey,
I don't believe everything out here. I'm just like you. I don't believe everything.
Do you understand? Yeah, no, you only selectively want to believe in something that you think fits an ideology that you can't actually prove. For example, bro, I'm going to be honest with you. Based on what you said to me, you have given no evidence for us to confidently think you're an Israelite. I don't believe Igbos are Israelites. I don't believe you're an Israelite. I don't believe the majority of African Americans are Israelites. I don't believe the majority of Igbos. I don't believe you are. I don't believe
you don't have to believe that. You don't have to believe it.
No, you know but I don't. I don't believe it based on the evidence. I don't believe it on just the fact of, well, I don't want you to be an Israelite just because I don't like you. Because I don't dislike you, for the record. I think you think that I'm just saying it because I don't like you and I don't like Hebrew Israelites. No, man. It's because the evidence isn't there. If the evidence were there, I'd be like, yeah, man, there's plausibility. You know, it's not there, bro. The objective reality is that it's not there. Here, let's do something right quick. I'm going to show this, man. Like, all you're showing me right now is that you don't know what you're talking about. And I don't know why you come on here, bro. You end up in a video on my channel that gets a lot of views, and then people look at it and they.
I don't know a lot of things that were consistent in what.
All you've consistently shown me is that you don't know what you're talking about. You end up in videos on my channel. People look at the videos and they're like, yo, that dude Nishan is crazy. Like, he makes bad arguments. That's what you end up doing. I don't want to embarrass you. But, bro, you make it extremely hard not to put the videos up to show people. This is why you should stay away from the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Guys like this make no sense. Guys like this are inconsistent. And you know what ends up happening? The bigger name Hebrew Israelites then tell me that guys like you don't represent them because you're bad at debating. They'll say, yeah, that guy doesn't represent us, man. I don't know why you talking to those bug outs that come on your channel. Those guys aren't good. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's insane to me, man. Now, let's do the following. Let's bring you back. You get here? This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. Now, I want to read this for the audience, right? I'm going to read two things. I'm going to read this. Now, this was the Igbo DNA test that was done. The DNA samples were sent to a trusted DNA lab in the United States. They were then compared to the worldwide data repository of Jewish samples amassed over the past 17 years. The repository includes the data sets of Dr. Michael Hammer, PhD from University of Arizona Anthropology Department, along with the sample collection from Dr. Doron Berhar from Israel. The two scholars are the authors of all the relevant scientific papers on the DNA analysis concerning the Jewish people published over the past 20 years. After a careful comparison, The lab was not able to find any connection to the samples we connected, meaning amongst the Igbo. Jewish populations from around the world are found in 9 discrete subsets of humanity. They are in the following scientific groups: E1b, G, J1, J2, Q, R1a, R1b, Q, and T. The entire sample set collected from 124 Igbo males are from a different branch, commonly known as E1a. That's E1b1a for the record. An African branch of the tree, like E1b mentioned above. However, while the Jewish E1b group is from North Africa, Arab populations, the sample from the Igbo tribe are E1a, which is restricted to sub-Saharan African populations. That means it's not Levantine in origin. It is not related to the people of the Levant. The specific downstream mutation that Igbos have mutated in West Africa long before there was an Israel. So that's one example. That's just one example, y'all. Let me show another one. Here goes another one. So we showed that. Let's actually show this book right here. Black Jews of Africa and the Americas. I've done this before. And this is page 4. Ooh, I don't know what happened there. This is page 4 of the book. Look what it says, y'all. I'm going to go to page 4 of this book. Look what it says in page 4. The groups in question are located in different African countries. I refer particularly to the Zakor movement in Timbuktu, in Mali, the Igbo of Nigeria, the House of Israel in Ghana, the Tutsi Hebrews of Rwanda, the Lemba of South Africa and Zimbabwe, the Abayudaya of Uganda, and others who claim mutatis mundandis to have Jewish identity in radically different ways over time and place. Now, look what it says right here when we keep going all the way down here. With the exception of the Ruwaspi Jews in Zimbabwe, the Abaduyaya in Uganda, the Lemba in South Africa, none of the African groups considered in this study identified themselves as Jews before the 1980s. Alongside the Ethiopians' entry into the world of Jewish history, the Lemba of South Africa initiated a new web of ethnohistories and made up a wider myth of affiliation to ancient Jewish diaspora. The process leading to the emergence of quote-unquote African Jews was underway. It's amazing, right? This is coming from a scholar that went through all the material, looked at it, combed it with a fine-tooth comb, and came away with the reality that when these groups like the Igbos of today are making the claim that, oh, we've always said that we descend from the ancient Jews. Nah, man, the written evidence doesn't show that. Were people making claims for them? Sure, people made claims for them. In fact, I want to show you an example of one such claim. Let's actually do that. Let's go back to that article. Here, let's actually go back to that article. And when we go to the first part of the article, I'll read it for y'all. That there were other people making the claims for them. Sure, there were people making claims for them. The question wasn't, were people making claims for them? The question was, did they have this in their immediate history? And the answer is objectively no. It was not in their immediate history. Look what it says. Re-emerging scam, the review of the Jews of Nigeria, part 1. Now, look what it says right here. This statement compares two groups, but it doesn't actually say which one he believes came from the other. This is the quote, by the way. Such is the imperfect sketch of my memory has furnished me with the manner and customs of a people among whom I first drew my breath. And here I cannot forbear suggesting what has long struck me very forcibly, namely the strong analogy, which even by this stretch, imperfect as it is, appears to prevail in the manners and customs of my countrymen and those of the Jews. So even notes that even though there's similarities, they're not perfect similarities. Now look what it says. Before they reached the promised land, and particularly the patriarchs, while they were yet in that pastoral state which is described in Genesis, an analogy which alone would induce me to think that the one people had sprung from the other. So he thinks that it could be like, maybe like there might be, who knows, maybe based on the similarities, but knowing the reality of the genetic evidence, nah, fam. Equiano, even his musings, his potential speculation of a probability goes away when we look at the genetic evidence. This statement compares two groups, but doesn't actually say which one he believed came from the other. In recent years, evidence has now, of course, this is inaccurate. We know now with more up to date that he was actually born in Igbo land. So this is a part where I don't agree with this author. Just so I can show everybody, I can be objective. This is a part where this author says that he was born and raised in South Carolina. No. He was born in Igbo land. But he certainly, given the evidence, it seems to be the case that he was born in Igbo land. But even being born in Igbo land doesn't help the case. The reality of the matter is that the genetic evidence completely undermines it. Vassa admits that not only is his memory very imperfect, having been removed from his people at such a young age, even he admits he was removed at a young age, but he is now looking at it from a Christian point of view, which would bias him to arguing for a biblical connection to his people. Professor Adele Afigbo, one of the prominent Igbo historians, writes about other people who speculated on Igbo origins in the Middle Eastern area. George Basin in 1912, pointing to certain constructions found in the Igbo language and what he considered the deep religious feeling of the people, propagated the view that Igbo culture probably evolved under the impact of the Levitical code. Impressed by what he considered the superior intelligence of the Aro Igbo and by their religious systems and rituals, Sir Herbert Richmond Palmer contended that they carried Hamitic blood in their veins and that it was under the leadership of that higher aspects of Igbo culture had evolved. Similarly impressed by Igbo sun worship, notice that these guys were claiming that they were Hamites, by the way. Similarly impressed by Igbo sun worship and by features of dual organization in their social structure, M.D.W. Jeffries held that the Igbo at some stage in the past had come under Egyptian influence, the carriers of this influence probably being the Enri of Akwa in northern Igbo land. The pseudo-scientific racial theories prominent in the colonial period made their impact on the Igbo in two ways. In the first place, colonialism was a severe humiliation for the Igbo. It also gave them Western education, which made them capable of accepting the myths about cultural similarities between them and peoples of the Near East. To show that they had not always been a quote-unquote despicable as the colonialists found them, they started laying claim to an Eastern origin on the basis of such cultural similarities. In the same manner, the application of the Oriental hypothesis to Igbo culture history by colonial officials had a propagandistic side to it. These men refused to concede that the Igbo cultural traits which they traced to the east could indicate that the Igbo came from there. To do so in the intellectual climate of the time, to do so would, in the intellectual climate of the time, have been to assign to this despised colonial people a higher place on the world tree of culture than the colonial masters would have found convenient. Instead, the colonial theorists claimed that these traits showed that the Igbo had once been under Egyptian or Jewish cultural dominance. Implicit in this claim was the idea, not hereto, emphasis by anyone, that British colonialism was not a radical departure from the past, but in some sense a continuation of the cultural education of the Igbo, which had been started long ago by the Egyptians. Can you believe that? So they were basically saying, look, it's okay to colonize them because the Egyptians colonized them in the past. In this regard, it is revealing that the Oriental hypothesis was imported as an explanation of Igbo history in the 1920s, and when the colonial government was experiencing great difficulty in the administration of the Igbo. It was in this situation that it came to be argued, first, that Igbo land had once been under Egyptian influence. Second, that the spread of Egyptian culture in Igbo land was the work of a small elite, who after interbreeding with the people became the Enri and the Aro of today. And third, that if the British really wanted to rule the Igbo indirectly, quote unquote, then they had to do so through the Enri and Aro. Afigbo, 1965. So this was from the 60s. This guy was writing this back in the 60s as a professor. an actual Igbo man, professor writing about the history of this people. By the late 1930s, the Oriental hypothesis had been argued out ad nauseum and abandoned, since no amount of research, not even Herbert Frank Matthews, that right there, and Jeffries Awaka, could uncover solid historical or anthropological evidence in its support. C.K. Meek, the government anthropologist who had coordinated the research into this and related issues in Igbo land, closed the debate as far as the government was concerned when he warned that, quote, no purpose would be served by engaging in speculations about the ancient cultural context, such as that the prevalence of sun worship, of forms of mummification, and of dual organization points to some distant connection with ancient Egypt. As far back as we can see within historic times, the bulk of Igbo people appear to have lived an isolated existence. By 1940, then, the Oriental hypothesis was to all intents and purposes dead as a serious explanation of Igbo cultural history. Gives the resource right there. Y'all see it? This dead in the water theory was resurrected for a brief period of time during the Nigerian Biafran War, when the Biafran Republic received support in the form of arms from Israel, among other nations. Apartheid South Africa and Rhodesia also supported Biafra. But nobody uses that as proof of any ancestral connection the Igbos have to any of those quote-unquote white settler regimes. Over the years, other Igbo historical heavyweights through the years have also weighed in. And you can see this right here. Like, I'll leave this here. Let me do this real quick. Grab this. I'll put this in the chat for anybody who's interested. And for the record, we don't want you guys hiding out in the chat. Also, anybody that is arguing for this myopic view that the Egyptians are black. Egypt was a multicultural metropolis. It was founded by the son of Ham, Mizraim. The reality of the matter is, though, we know according to the biblical text that when the people of Israel left out of Egypt, they left with a mixed multitude, and a reb rab. What does that tell us about the society of Egypt? That it was not monolithically the descendants of Ham all just monolithically living in Egypt. Egypt had a wide variety of peoples. You had Shemitic people. You had people from the Japhetic line living there. You had different people living in Egypt. All different kinds of people lived in Egypt. That's reflected on the wall of Egypt. You literally have people from Shem living in Egypt with pink skin and with dark skin and with in-between skin, because being Shemitic has nothing to do with skin color. The people of Egypt has nothing to do with a specific skin color. You had dark Egyptians, light Egyptians, in-between Egyptians, because Egypt was a multicultural metropolis. Anybody that argues contrary-wise is showing you their ignorance of the genetic evidence in the mummy records. For you Hebrew Israelites, explain to me why you have mummies that are haplogroup R on their father's side, why you have mummies that are haplogroup E on their father's side, why you have mummies that are haplogroup J on their father's side, why you have mummies that are haplogroup T on their father's side, why you have mummies that are haplogroup G on their father's side, why you have, like, when you start going down, you start realizing, oh snap, the mummies are diverse. Man, I wish y'all could see my face right now. So you could, you ever had that expression when you're dealing with someone that knows nothing about history, knows nothing about genetics, and definitely knows nothing about the Bible? And even when the biblical text says that people of Israel left with an areb rab in the Hebrew, a mixed multitude, that bears witness to Egypt being a mixture of different peoples. You have to get out of this weird mindset of assuming, oh, Egypt was just all the descendants of Ham, and Ham was black, therefore the Egyptians are black, and the Israelites could only live with people that look like them, therefore they were black too. No, the biblical text never tells you the Israelites were monolithically a singular skin color, just like it never tells you the Egyptians were monolithically a singular skin color. In fact, the genetic evidence, the artistic evidence shows us that the Egypt was very much mixed. You had all different kinds of people living in Egypt. And anybody that tells you otherwise is a pseudo. because we can go through the evidence. Any Hebrew Israelite that wants to come in here, we can look at the walls of Egypt, we can look at the genetic evidence of the Egyptian mummies, and you're going to realize very quickly your worldview doesn't exist. Your worldview is based on fantasy. It's based on fiction. It's based on pseudo history. It's based on a lack of research. It's based on not actually knowing what you're talking about, because you're looking at the world through an Afrocentric lens when you should be looking at the world from a realistic lens. The world is not either Eurocentric or Afrocentric. It's not black. It's not white or black or white. That's not how it works. Once you get out of that mindset, the world makes sense. The biblical text makes sense, because you're no longer imposing your bugged out theories onto the biblical text. And I have to say it that way because I want you to realize how insulting it is what you guys do. It's a disservice to you. It's a disservice to history, actual history. It's a disservice to objective research. And it shows that you guys are horrible at fact-checking your claims. That guy Nashawn comes in here and gets beat up every single time he comes in here because he comes with the same script, and we keep correcting him, and he just wants to get out his script. But you know what, man? Even when we let him read his source, man, he showed us he didn't know what he was talking about. Now, what is this bug out talking about? Come in here, man. You must got it twisted. My view is not that it had one ethnotype. That's your view. The Egyptians are black. Why don't you come in here so we can actually have a discussion, so I can correct you, so I can teach you about actual history, the Bible, and teach you about some genetics. And we can get into the evidence of the Egyptian mummy records, because a lot of you have never actually bothered to look into what did those Egyptians have on their father's side. Were they all monolithically the same people? The answer is no. They weren't monolithically the same people on their father's side. And the biblical text bears witness to that. But see, bug outs like you don't read the biblical text, because you would have read Exodus 12 that says that the people of Israel left with an areb rab, a mixed multitude. That means the people of Egypt were not monolithically linear. They were a mixture of different peoples. And the mummy genetic evidence proves that. And so does the artwork on the walls of Egypt, because the Egyptians didn't come in one singular shade. They weren't monolithically the same people on the father's side, because they intermarried. And in this case, they weren't thinking about a strict patrilineal, like, oh, I better make sure my daddy comes from, is a descendant of Mizraim and all that bugged out stuff that a lot of you guys come with. But jump into this live stream. You know why you won't come in here? Because I'll hold your feet to the fire. And I'm not going to let you play games. And the fact that you can't hang with me in the Bible or in history or in genetics. That's the reality of it. You have nothing. You want to believe this false doctrine because a lot of you were biblically illiterate. When you guys claimed that you were in the Christian church, you guys were probably those fair weather Christians that went to church on Christmas and Easter. Didn't even read the Bible. Didn't know nothing about the Bible. Then you found a cult group that misreads the Bible, twists the scriptures out of context, and that was your first time actually trying to deal with the text in the wrong way. And then you basically learned pseudo history in the process, tried to attach that to the biblical text, and now you're out here making fools of yourself, coming into live streams like this one, where you end up getting undermined. What's going on, JP? You're in the live stream.
What's going on, man?
What's going on, bro?
I don't appreciate they tried to make fun of me last week. I tried to get on and my phone wasn't working. Talking track.
You might want to fix. Oh yeah, you might want to fix your phone.
Nah. It's just I don't know what it is. I be in little. I be trying to get on live, but every time I catch you because of my job, I be in like little weird spots.
Wait, are you a Christian?
Hell no, I ain't no goddamn Christian.
Well, hold on. Don't cuss on my channel.
Oh, my bad, bro.
Matter of fact, sit your silly behind back there, man. Yeah, sit back there, bro. I don't know why you
treat me like that. I just said my bad.
Man, be quiet, bro. Nobody care what you got to say. Hey, what's going on, man? What's going on, Rich? You in the live stream, bro? Yo, Rich, you're in the live stream, man. You have to come off mic, bro.
Oh, okay.
Lord have mercy.
One second.
I got you. Oh Lord, man. Why people come in here? Everybody comes in here with a bad connection, bad mics, man. The dudes try to get it together, man. Come on, man. I'm gonna bring JP back in here, man.
Yeah.
All right, JP.
Okay.
Yeah, but bro, listen. When you come into my live streams, you gotta listen. Listen, mute your mic for a second. Just listen to me. When you come into my live streams, you have to make sure that your connection, your audio is good. If you're coming in here trying to adjust and do all that, bro, this is not the time. You need to adjust before you come in here, okay? Forget it, man. I'm gonna put this guy in the back, man. Ain't got time for this. All right, JP.
Hey, bro, you that adversarial that you gotta be disrespectful.
Bro, let me tell you what's I'm gonna tell you what's disrespectful. Here, let me help you out. I'm gonna tell you what's disrespectful. Disrespectful is if you come into my live stream, your audio isn't right, you're trying to fix your camera, adjust your audio, and then on top of that, you cussing in my live stream. Nah, chill out with that, man. Act like you in your grandmama's house. Have some sense. Now, if she cuss, man, I feel bad for you. But act like you in my grandmama's house. She don't cuss. So show a little bit of respect. You know, I'll treat you with respect as long as you act respectful. All right? Sound good? Sound good? Oh, Lord have mercy. This guy. All right, you out of here, bro. What's going on, Rich, man? Let's try this again. You can hear me? Wow, these guys, bro. I don't know what it is with these dudes and bad connect. Like, is it me? Do all of these guys come in here with a bad connection, bad audio? Like, hey, Lauren, keep it a buck with me. Do a lot of these guys come in here with bad connections, or is it just me? Hey, Rich,
I think
man.
it's just you.
No, it's not just me, man. Bro, I'm in my live stream right now. I'm listening to you. I'm looking at your camera right now. Look, I'm gonna put you front and center on the screen. Look, I'm gonna take this off the screen so you can see yourself right now. So when this live stream ends, you're gonna see that your audio kept dropping, your connection is bad. Like, bro, I'm not making this up, man. Look at your ear. Let me take this off the screen. Maybe it's you. You might want to fix that if you come into someone's live stream. Yeah, bro, like fix your connection. Like, do you have Wi-Fi or are you using data right now? Lord have mercy, this guy. Y'all see what I have to deal with? Yeah, Rich, go get Wi-Fi, bro, because it seems that you're using your data and you don't even have earbuds in right now, bro. Like, I can hear your background. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, go get Wi-Fi. Do you know where your Wi-Fi is? Go connect to your Wi-Fi real quick. So this way, because I think you're using your data right now. Are you using Wi-Fi or are you using data? Oh, Lord have mercy. This guy, bro. This guy's gonna... Y'all see what I got to deal with? That, and people be like, well, why Faithful sound so angry? I got to deal with people with bad connections and all this other stuff, man.
All right.
Not even having earbuds. Yeah, go connect to your Wi-Fi, bro. Bro, go connect to your Wi-Fi, man. I'm going to put you in the back. We're here wasting my time, man. The heck, man. This is crazy.
But all right. I guess we can't talk. We can't talk.
My goodness, I can't believe I'm gonna try again with you, JP. JP, you finally got your connection right. You finally got your audio right. Listen, y'all. This is what these guys do. They come in here with bad audio, bad connections, and then wonder why the conversation don't take off. That's crazy to me. This is crazy, bro. Put this guy in the back, man. Crazy, man. JP, you good now? All right, get out of here, man. Can you guys tell that this is frustrating? Can you guys tell that this is a very frustrating way to have a conversation with people, man? Oh, goodness. Hey, real quick. Can one of the Christian brothers or sisters, can one of y'all come into this live stream right now with me? Just come in here for a second. Just, I got to keep posting the link because I guess nobody sees it being pinned in the. One of y'all come in here for a second because I just want to vent my frustrations with somebody, man. I'm not going to yell at y'all. I'm just saying I just want to have a conversation because I want to feel like I know I'm not crazy. Yeah, if one of y'all can click that link and come up in here, man, you don't got to be on camera. If you don't want to be on camera, I'll make sure that your camera doesn't show up if you're not able to turn it off. Nobody will see you on screen if you want to avoid being on screen. But I just wanted to, talk with one of y'all because I need some sanity. I need to talk with some sane people because when you have enough conversations with enough people that don't know what they're talking about, and forgive me, I'm trying not to be cardinal. I said in one of my live streams I wanted to avoid this, but it is extremely difficult when you're dealing with stubborn, hard-headed people who like that dude, Nishan, completely deceptive. He'll understand how an argument works when it's convenient. When it's inconvenient, then he plays, like they say, 14 karat crazy. Yeah, man. Oh, Lord have mercy, man. And now y'all know why I only do these now 2 days out of a week. All right, Rich, finally, now you back. What's going on, Rich?
What's up?
You finally connected to Wi-Fi, right?
No, I'm still in the same place that I was before.
Yeah, can you do me a favor? Can you connect via Wi-Fi, man? Because the connection is gonna keep dropping.
No, I can't.
Why not?
Because I'm not at a place where I got Wi-Fi.
So there's no Wi-Fi around you? There's like no libraries, nothing like that?
No.
Okay, you're good right now. Hopefully your connection doesn't drop. Are you a Christian or are you a Hebrew Israelite?
I'm an Israelite.
Quote unquote.
100%. Yeah.
100%. Yeah, so-called.
Nah,
What's
not
your evidence
so-called. 100% blood of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
What is your evidence of that?
My evidence is the prophecies.
The prophecies? What prophecies?
Prophecies of Genesis 49. Prophecies of Deuteronomy 28.
Wait. Let's deal with Genesis 49. I already know the Deuteronomy 28. You're going to get cut there. Let's go to Genesis 49. What in Genesis 49?
How am I going to get cut there?
You're going to see in a moment.
I just want to know how you're going to cut me out. Deuteronomy 28.
Don't worry. Yeah, you'll see in a moment. So let's deal with Genesis 49. Yeah, you're going to learn a lesson today, bro, in humility. Yeah, no, you're going to learn a lesson in humility today. Yeah,
you're so positive that you need to learn.
Let's do something real quick. So I'm going to ask a question. What in Genesis 49? So you don't seem to be able to listen. So what in Genesis 49?
I'm on it. Okay. Genesis 49. It says that Simeon and Levi are brothers.
Weapons of cruelty are in their habitation, right? You're going to make that argument? Okay, let's do the following. Have you ever looked at the Hebrew there to actually look at what that word is? And have you ever looked at that? Okay, you have. Are you aware that the word that's used there, that translation, habitations, has long been abandoned? Here, let me actually show you this real quick so you can see that I'm not making it up.
It means that it's a sword.
Okay, they're swords. So you do realize that that's recalling the event of Genesis 34 with Shechem and Hamor, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are you aware that the event with Shechem and Hamor has nothing to do with Dominicans and Haitians, right?
It does have to do with it.
How
You
does
know
it have
why?
to do with them?
You know
How does
why?
it have to do? No, no, no. I'm asking you. How does it have to do with Dominicans and
I'm trying to
Haitians?
explain to you.
If here, let me finish. If Dominicans on their father's side by majority are Spanish in descent, here, let me show you it so you don't think that I'm making it up. I'm going to give you evidence to prove what I'm saying. I'm not just going to give you my opinion. So let's actually look at the wide DNA haplogroup diversity of the people of the Dominican Republic. You're Dominican, right? I'm assuming you're Dominican.
Yeah.
Right? Were you aware that Dominicans on their father's side are predominantly of European descent? Are you aware of that?
Can you prove that?
Yeah, I'm showing you right now. So this is the Y haplogroup diversity of Dominican Republic, reconstructing the effect of the European colonization and the transatlantic slave trades. Okay? Now look what it says right here. This is the abstract. The Dominican Republic is one of the two countries of the Hispaniola island, which is a part of the Antilles. Hispaniola was affected by European colonization and massive deportation of African slaves. And you see all this. I'm just going to get to the relevant part. So they tested 182 Dominican individuals from 3 different locations in the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Y haplogroup composition was characterized by an excess of North African European lineages, 59%, followed by African clades, 38%. So the African clades that they have is E1B1A. So most Dominicans on their father's side are not E1B1A. Most Haitians are E1B1A. Most Dominicans are not. Whereas the Native American lineages were rare, 3%. The comparison with the mitochondrial DNA variability dominated by African clades, mitochondrial means the mother side, revealed a sex-based admixture pattern in line with the colonial society dominated by European men. Let me read that again. In line with the colonial society dominated by European men. When other Caribbean and non-Caribbean former colonies were also considered, we noted a difference between territories under Spanish rule, like the Dominican Republic, and British French rule, with the former characterized by the excess of European Y lineages, meaning the Dominican Republic, reflecting the more permissive Iberian legislation about mixed people in slavery. So meaning the British and the French weren't intermixing as much with their slaves as the Spanish were with their slaves. The Spanish very much enjoyed doing that, the colonizers.
Yes.
Most Dominican men on their father's side are not the same people as most Haitians. That's already a problem.
Well,
now I'm gonna ask you a question. Have you taken your DNA test to see what you are on the father's side?
Not at all.
If you took a DNA test and you found out that you're a haplogroup R, which means that you're a descendant of a Spaniard, what would you do?
Well, can I explain something to you?
No, I'm asking you a question. What would you do?
Can I explain? I mean, if I'm a Spaniard, then I'm a Spaniard. You know, I can't do anything about it. I'm
if you're a
to,
Spaniard,
being to slavery. That's what the scripture says.
Hold on. First,
there's no doubt about it, because Isaiah 14 says.
Bro, I'm gonna cut you on Isaiah. I'm gonna cut you. I'm gonna cut you on Isaiah 14. I already anticipate your moves. You're not very good at debating. Isaiah 14, 1 through 2, you're going to say, for the Lord will have mercy on Jacob, yet choose Israel, and then he will set them in their place, and he will, it says that, and strangers shall be joined unto them and shall cleave to them, and the people shall take them to the land, and they shall possess them in the land of the Lord for male and female slaves, right? Are you aware that that's actually fulfilled with the return from the, my bad, this is this music over here, my bad.
Huh?
My bad, this is that music. If you were hearing that static, that was the music. So what I was saying is, are you aware that that was fulfilled with the return from the Babylonian captivity? Do you know how we know that for a fact? Here, let's actually look at this on the screen. You're going to learn a lesson.
So you don't believe in,
I believe in the Bible. That's why I'm cutting you right now.
Hold on. Wait.
Don't tell me to hold on.
You don't believe that has nothing to do. You don't believe that has nothing to do with anything in our future?
Nope. You know how we know that for a fact? Because you haven't bothered to read the Bible in context. I can tell. You're one of these guys that listens to
Come on,
whatever
man.
the camp say. Bro, you're showing me that you're uneducated in the Bible. That's what you're showing
Okay,
me.
how? Okay, sure.
Watch this. Yeah,
Go
let's
ahead.
do the following. Watch this. Before I read this, here, before I even show it on my screen, because I don't want to give you any cheat codes. I want to see how much you know about the Bible. Have you ever read Isaiah 13?
Isaiah 13? No, I never read.
13.
No, I never read.
No, you don't lie to me. Have you read Isaiah 13?
I'm not telling you, I never read that in my life.
So
No.
you mean to tell me that the only part of Isaiah that you know for very well is what? Let me guess. Isaiah 28 and 10 and Isaiah 14, 1 through 2. That's all you know about Isaiah?
No,
And
I
maybe a
only
couple
know
of other
Isaiah
passages?
14. I only know Isaiah 14. That talks about the
Okay.
devil going down and all of it. Yeah.
Okay, so then Isaiah 13, 17 through 19, and that's bad that you're admitting that on camera.
I mean,
Like I've read
you
Isaiah.
could go ahead.
I've read
But
Isaiah. Bro, hold on.
why would I feel shame? Like, would you feel shame? Are you
Yes, I
that
would
type of
feel-
person?
Yes.
Are you that
I
type of
would
person
feel-
that have the
I
ego?
I would feel ashamed because if a person came into my live stream pretending that they know the Bible, nobody can hear you right now, by the way. If a person came into my live stream and said that they acting like they know the Bible and trying to hit me with Bible verses, and I'm over here educating them on the book of Isaiah, I would feel really embarrassed because I would be feeling like, dag, man, I came in here all arrogant trying to act like I know the Bible, and this dude is actually having to teach me about the book that I'm claiming I know better than him. Like, that's crazy to me. Let's go to Isaiah 13. Let's look at it together. I'm going to show you this for the first time because you clearly don't know what you're talking about.
You can
Isaiah
mute
13,
me all you want, but the truth stands still.
my man, you don't know the Bible. What truth do
Why
you
you
know?
mute me, though?
Because you don't know the Bible and you're talking
Because you don't want
while
me
I'm
to speak the truth.
no, you're not speaking truth. You're speaking ignorance. You're showing me that you're a very ignorant person.
You're
Let's look
a
at
fucking
Isaiah
dumbass.
No, you're showing me that you are dumb. You're dumb because you came into my live stream pretending that you know this book. And now I'm educating you on the book that you're about to read for the first time in this passage. You should have been read this. You didn't have to have me read this to you. You should have been dedicating your Bible study to looking at the book. Now look what Isaiah 13, this is before 14. Look what it says. Behold, I am stirring up the Medes against them. Who is the them? It's about Babylon, because if you read earlier in the chapter, notice how I'm able to go there because I've read this. The oracle concerning Babylon, which Isaiah the son of Amos saw. Look at verse 17. Here, let me educate you. Behold, I am stirring up the Medes against them, who have no regard for silver and who do not delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter the young men. They will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not pity children. And Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the splendor and pomp of the Chaldeans. So this is the actual Babylonians, not metaphorical Babylon, not Babylon mystery that's mentioned in the book of Revelation. The actual kingdom of the Chaldeans will be like Sodom and Gomorrah when God overthrew them. Now look what it says. When was this fulfilled? Let's go to Daniel chapter 5. Daniel chapter 5. And we're going to see when this was fulfilled. See, I'm going to help educate you in the Bible today so you can learn a little bit of context. So you're not making a fool of yourself and coming into people's live streams pretending that you know what you're talking about when you've never read the entire Bible cover to cover. I've read the Bible cover to cover more times than I can count. That's why I'm educating you. And this is the writing that was inscribed, Mene Mene Tekel Parsin. And this is the interpretation of the matter. Mene, God has numbered the days of your kingdom and brought it to an end. Tekel, you have been weighed in the balances and found wanting. Perez, your kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and the Persian. Then Belshazzar gave the command, and Daniel was clothed with purple, and a chain of gold was put around his neck, and a proclamation was made about him that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. That very night, Belshazzar, the Chaldean king, was killed, and Darius the Mede received the kingdom, being 62 years old. That's the fulfillment of that. So logically, what happens in 14? You have the people during the time of Daniel being in the exile that was already predicted in the book of Isaiah. Isaiah 14 talks about them coming back from that exile. Well, let's see if they came back from the exile, and let's see who they returned with. Besides their servants and their handmaids, right? Let's go to the book of Ezra. Let's go to Ezra chapter 2. You're going to learn this book today. Now, these were the people of the province who came up out of the captivity of those exiles whom Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, had carried captive to Babylonia. Now, look what it says when we go down here, verse 64. I'm going to learn this Bible today. The whole assembly together was 42,360, besides their male and female servants, aka their male and female slaves, of whom there were 7,337, and they had 200 male and female singers. Now let's go down here. What does verse 70 say? Now the priests and the Levites and some of the people and the singers and the gatekeepers and the temple servants lived in their towns, and all the rest of Israel in their towns. Why? Because when you go over here to First Chronicles, you'll notice that you had the remnant of the northern kingdom that also came back with them. You're reading about this for the first time because you haven't actually read this book. It goes First Chronicles chapter 9, so you don't say it's just the southern kingdom. So all Israel was recorded in genealogies, and these are written in the book of the kings of Israel. And Judah was taken into exile in Babylon because of their breach of faith. Now the first to dwell again in their possession, meaning after the time of Babylon, in their cities were Israel, the priests and the Levites and the temple servants. And some of the people of Judah, Benjamin, Ephraim, and Manasseh lived in Jerusalem. Now I'm going to bring you back. You notice how we get a little bit of context? That's why when you get to the New Testament, you have Anna from the tribe of Asher, but that's also why you have proselytes that live with the people. Yeah. You have proselytes. Like literally when Christ says you compass sea and land to make one proselyte, and when he is made, you make it twofold more a child of hell than yourselves. A proselyte. So
can you sum it up?
Yeah, it's very simple. Isaiah 14 is fulfilled with the return from the Babylonian captivity, and we just read the scriptures showing that. And you didn't know that servants and handmaids there was being used in Ezra chapter 2, verse 64. It's also used later in the book of Ezra. It's used 2 times because people came back in several waves, and they were, according to the law, you should know this, in Leviticus 25, they could purchase their servants and handmaids from the other nations. You cut yourself because you don't know how this Bible works. You're reading the Bible myopically.
So that has nothing to do with the last days.
Okay, let me show you this real quick because you're referring to Genesis 49 verse 1. Let me show you how you just cut yourself.
No, I'm just asking you about Isaiah 14.
Yeah, but you're talking about the last days, right? Because Genesis 49 says in the King James, in the last.
It has nothing to do with that. Okay. I'm asking about Isaiah 14 only.
Uh-huh. Yeah, in Isaiah 14, it says, yeah, can you do me a favor? When we go to Isaiah 14, where does it say in Isaiah 14, the last days? It doesn't say that there. For the Lord will have compassion on Jacob and will again choose Israel. $1 million question. When Isaiah 14 was spoken, when the prophet Isaiah spoke these words before it was written, were the people of Israel going into the captivity, meaning the people of the northern kingdom, had already gone into the captivity of Assyria, and the people of the southern kingdom were, well, actually, no. Both houses would eventually go into their respective captivities. The northern kingdom at the hands of Assyria, the southern kingdom at the hands of Babylon, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so during this time, the people have, first of all, they haven't even fully gone in, and they haven't returned. The prophet is telling them they're going to go into captivity. That's the whole theme of the book of Isaiah. He's telling them their cities are going to be left desolate. They're basically going to be besieged because of their breach of faith, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there has to be a prophecy about them coming back, right? He can't just say you're going to be in exile and not say you're going to come back, correct?
Why would that be impossible?
No, you're not understanding. You're not understanding my question.
Yeah, I'm not. I believe
it's possible. I believe it's possible. What I'm saying is, it would make no sense for the prophet to be just saying you're going to go into exile and not have prophecies about them returning back to the land. Correct? It wouldn't make any sense for him to say you're going into exile and not say you're coming back. Correct?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense because you could just tell somebody that they it's all up to God's will.
Bro, you just showed me that you didn't understand the question. you should be saying, yes, it wouldn't make sense. Why? Because the prophet does talk about them returning to the land, right? That's the right answer to that question.
After. That's after. Yes. After the scripture. But at the moment, it's not promised. It's not promised that they will be returned right back to the land.
Bro, it literally in Isaiah 10, he says a remnant will return. So you don't know what you're talking about because you've never read the book of Isaiah all the way through.
Oh, so you're saying that it was already spoken that they would return to the land. So he was just telling them something they already knew.
Bro, no disrespect, but I don't know if you're able to process the argument that I just made.
What's your argument? Tell me. Right.
Yeah, you seem a little slow. My argument was not.
Why would you say that?
Because you're not able to process the argument. Yeah,
are you just trying to show people?
When Paul says foolish Galatians, that's a real Christian telling people they're foolish. You're foolish.
Oh, I thought you were one of those nice Christians. Okay, never mind.
Oh, was Paul one of the nice Christians?
No, Paul was a real Christian. You're right.
I'm a real Christian. Yeah, so if I'm not so nice, it's because I want to be a real Christian.
All right, that's so.
Yeah, I don't believe you're a Christian though. So, anyways,
let
me actually. Okay. Yeah, so let's deal with this objectively. So, because you seem a little slow, I'm gonna be honest.
So I hope you don't get mad at Israelites when they start cursing you out in the middle of the street.
Yeah. Here's the problem though. You're not in the street, right?
But a lot of people be like so sensitive because Israelites be talking all crazy in the middle of the street, and they be like, "Oh, that's not the spirit of God."
Yeah. Let me tell you something, bro.
Yeah.
One, I don't think if we were face to face, you would talk to me crazy. Number one, I don't think that would happen.
I mean, I don't think you would either. So that's number one.
Oh no, bro. Listen,
why are you really that tough? Are you really that?
Oh no, I didn't say I'm really that tough. I'm just saying.
So what is it about you that would make me?
Here. Let me help mute your mic. What I'm saying is that I keep the same energy when I'm in person. If you're respectful, I'll be respectful. If you turn up, I'm gonna turn up more, and I don't think you want me to turn up. I want to be respectful, but if you want me to turn up, we can take it there. Now, I don't want to turn up. I would prefer we have a dialogue as gentlemen. But if you want me to turn up, all I'm going to do is clown on you right now in this live stream. We're not face to face. I'm going to clown on you. I'm going to mute your mic. I'm going to basically show everybody you don't know what you're talking about. Now, I'm not carnal. I'm not calling for violence. I'm not saying I would be violent with you. But I am a very stern person. I'm a very manly person. All right? I would prefer as men that we dialogue respectfully. So when I asked you the question earlier about that relevant scripture, and I said, do you think that the prophet is just saying people are going to go into exile and not return? The right answer that you should have answered was to say, oh, of course, yeah, he's going to say that they're both going to go into exile and return, because that makes sense. Makes no sense for him to say you're going to go into exile, but you're never coming back, because that's not what he says in the book of Isaiah. Would you agree?
Wait, but would they know that they were going into exile?
Did you hear what I just asked you?
Go ahead.
Okay, what did I ask you?
You asked me if they would know that they were going into exile. Like, if he said that they were going to exile, wouldn't he say that you were going back into your land?
No. Listen to what I said, bro.
Okay.
The prophet Isaiah says they're going to return to the land, right? Does he say that?
Yeah.
Okay. It's as simple as that, right? So we should see him saying that. This is an example of him saying that. He will set them in their own land. It's literally on the screen. Look at your screen.
Yes.
Look what he says.
I see.
And will set them in their own land, right?
Right.
I just showed you passages where they're settled back in their own land. It says that there are going to be strangers that are attached to them. I just showed you an example of strangers attached to them. It says that they would be male and female slaves or servants. I showed you an example of male and female slaves, servants that were with them.
What male, female slaves can you show me?
Bro, either you're slow.
Yeah, because I'm slow. Show me again.
I think you're very, very slow.
Please show me again. I'm slow. I'm super slow. Show me.
Let's do it in the here. Let me do it in the King James. You're a stickler for the King James, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Look at verse 64. Look at here, and I'm going to have you read it. I want you to read it loud and clear. Here.
Okay.
What does verse 64 say? Here, let me do it this way. Actually, 65, pardon me. I keep saying 60. It's 65 in the King James. What does it say right there?
Beside their servants and their maids.
Who are their servants and their maids?
And their maids. Who are the servants and the maids?
Yeah.
All right, let's look it up.
Wow. Here's Isaiah 14.
Well,
what did it say? Wait. What did it say? They would possess them in the... It says possess them in the land of the Lord for what? Read that loud and clear for me.
Handmaids and servants.
Servants and handmaids, right?
Yeah.
Maids, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to Ezra. Like, this is not rocket science, bro.
Ezra?
Verse 65 said... Yeah, Ezra verse... I just passed.
Bro, if you don't understand that Isaiah 14 is talking about the kingdom, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
No, you're
Isaiah 14 is talking about the kingdom.
Yeah, can you show me where? Yeah, do me a favor. Watch this. I'm gonna cut you hard on this as well. Can you show me in Isaiah 14? No, before we do that, actually, because I wanted you to read this. Read 65. They return besides who? Who did they return besides their what?
Besides their male and female servants.
Oh, so they return exactly as the scripture says with their slaves that were both male and female. Watch this. Now we go to Isaiah 14. I want you to show me, where does it mention the Messiah anywhere here? Where does it say for the Messiah they will have a king? Where does it mention that here? Where's that mentioned? Here, show me where it mentions.
For the Lord will have compassion on Jacob.
Yeah, show me where it mentions
again choose Israel and set them in their own land. And so
show me where it mentions a Messiah. Yeah, hold on, wait. So let's do this slowly. In verse 1, where did it mention anything about a Messiah? Did it mention them having a king? Did it say, and their king shall rule over them? Did it say that?
So because it doesn't mention Messiah, that means it's not, that has nothing to do with the last thing. So
no, because it doesn't
verse
say
16.
Yeah, verse 16. You want me to cut you on that one too?
Go ahead.
Those who see you and stare over you and ponder you, is this the man who made the earth tremble, who shook kingdoms? I have a question for you.
And
is this that reference? Is that Nebuchadnezzar? Don't cut yourself now.
No, it wasn't.
Oh yeah? Let's go there. Let's go to Jeremiah 27. But if any nation or kingdom will not serve this Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and put its neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, I will punish that nation with the sword and with famine and with pestilence, declares the Lord, until I have consumed it by his hand. So do not, now look what it says right here. All nations shall serve him and his son and his grandson until the time of his own land comes. Then many nations and great kings shall make him their slave. Now I have given all these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, my servant, and I have also given him the beasts of the field to serve him. All the nations shall serve him.
Modern day Babylon?
My uneducated friend.
My educated friend. Are you aware of modern day Babylon?
Friend, you're literally showing me how little of this book you know. Man, them plátanos ain't doing you no good, bro. Like, I don't know what they put in your plátanos, bro, but whatever they put in got you drunk. I don't know. Some of y'all Dominicans, y'all like putting liquor in y'all, like, you know, when y'all cook y'all plátanos, man. But you sounding a little bugged out right now. So let's actually do the following. All right. Yeah, man. Yeah, stop. Yeah. I could tell you talking all that stuff. You probably still have your little Jimmys. You probably be eating your salami. Look what it says. Go therefore, tell Hananiah, thus says the Lord, you have broken the wooden bars, but you have made in their place bars of iron. For thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I have put upon the neck of all these nations an iron yoke to serve Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and they shall serve him, for I have given to him even the beasts of the field. See, had you actually read Isaiah 13 when it mentioned Babylon being brought to an end? Had you actually read Jeremiah 27 and 28? Had you actually understood what Isaiah 14 verse 16 was in reference to? You would realize when we go right back here, let's actually go right back. Isaiah 14 says that you will bring up this what? You will take up this taunt against the king of Babylon. That literally was in reference to Nebuchadnezzar. How do we know that? Because all you got to do is go to 13, which you didn't bother to consider, and look at verses 17 through 19. Behold, I am stirring up the Medes against them who have no regard for silver and do not delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter their young men, and they will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb, and their eyes will not pity children. And Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the splendor and pomp of the Chaldeans. Did that say Chaldeans?
Yes.
You just cut yourself. This is talking about the Chaldean king.
No, it's not.
Literally. Yes, it is. You know how we know
prophetic.
it? Because
you have to understand prophecy. That's the thing. You don't understand prophecy.
You don't understand prophecy. You
don't understand prophecy.
No, you don't understand prophecy. You've never read Isaiah 13. You admitted you've never read it. This is your first time. Here's an example of that prophecy in Isaiah 13 being fulfilled, since you don't think nothing ever actually gets fulfilled in the Bible. Like everything is just hyper future, 5,000 years into the future, thinking crazy. Look what it says. And this is the writing, and that was inscribed. Mene, mene, tekel, parsin. This is the interpretation of the manner. Mene, God has numbered the days of your kingdom and brought it to an end. Tekel, you have been weighed in the balances and found wanting. Peres, your kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and the Persians. Then Belshazzar gave the command, and Daniel was clothed with purple, and a chain of gold was put around his neck. And a proclamation was made about him that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. That very night, Belshazzar, the Chaldean king, and Babylon, the splendor and glory of the Chaldeans, will be like Sodom and Gomorrah when God overthrew it. Literally the fulfillment here in Daniel 5:30. You cut yourself. That's what happens. You err not knowing the scriptures. You don't know this book. That's why you're getting cut up.
You're getting cut up.
No, you're getting cut up, bro. You look like a fool right now.
How?
You look like a complete buffoon. You look bad, bro. You're an amateur. Matter of fact,
I'm telling you, I'm explaining to you.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. What camp are you a part of?
Not a part of the camp.
You're not a part of it. It makes sense because nobody who is in a camp would talk the way you're talking right now. Matter of fact, if you were in a camp and they knew you haven't read at the very least the previous, they would be like, nah, brother, you're not supposed to be debating these men. You still got to study. Even those guys, as wrong as they are, whether it be IUIC, ISUPK, they're not going to let some amateur like you come and have a discussion with someone like me.
That's cool.
Man, you sound crazy right now, man.
You sound crazy because you have no idea that Isaiah 14.
You have no idea. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Talking like,
yeah, sit back there, man. Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you doing, speaker? Y'all at Isaiah 13?
Yeah.
Could you read the part, since it's a prophecy that was fulfilled in Daniel? Can you read the part of Isaiah 13 where the sun, the stars, and the moons will be destroyed? Did you skip that part?
That's actually the metaphorical language that we see being used also, for example, when you have
you have a good day with the metaphors. I thought it was the end of the world. I'm gone.
So you're the wicked you will not pursue it.
You the
Here, you notice how you bug outs don't actually like to deal with the scriptures? Oh, nobody can hear you right now, bug out. So let me actually help you here. Let's actually put you in the back, since bug outs like you don't know the Bible. Here, let's actually do the following. Let's put you in the back, because bug outs like you over there looking like Wong Tong Fu with that beard, man. Looking like you about to do karate kicks in Pulp Fiction. Hold on, how do I put you in the back? Put this goofy in the back, man. Let me do this. I know you like that one, Rich. You know you thought that was funny. Hey, you saw Tu Wong Fu up in here, man, talking crazy, man. Oh, my bad. I got you on me, my bad. Hey, you saw that dude come up here talking crazy, man. Hey, here's what's crazy, right? I was about to hit him with this question, right? Why does Peter quote when it says the stars and the moon turned to blood as a fulfillment of what was happening in Acts chapter 2, even though that day the moon didn't literally turn to blood and the stars didn't literally fall from the heaven, but he's quoting Joel chapter 2 and applying it to the people of the receiving of the Holy Spirit in the day of Pentecost in the book of Acts chapter 2, because he doesn't understand that that language is used metaphorically to indicate the bringing down of kingdoms. He, more than anybody, because these bug outs will make arguments like, oh, the stars really represent kingdoms and all that. Even in the book of Revelation, it uses that language. There is language that is used to indicate metaphorical destruction. Not that Babylon wasn't literally destroyed. It was destroyed. But for example, it says it will not be inhabited. Or for example, you'll see the same language being used when it says the Israelites destroyed all the Midianites and they were all wiped out. But literally like 2 chapters later, you'll see the Midianites showing up again. And it's like, well, wait a minute. I thought the chapter says they were utterly destroyed. He doesn't understand that you have hyperbolic language that's used in some instances. Some instances, you literally have metaphor that's used. For example, stars, moon, that kind of language is used in the biblical text and even outside the biblical text to indicate the bringing of destruction to kingdoms. See, he wouldn't know that because he's never actually read any actual literature on the biblical text. Bug out that he is over there with that dusty beard, man. Dude got dandruff in his beard, man. Combing flakes out of his beard, talking crazy. And then dudes will make a fool of themselves coming into this live stream because they don't know what they're talking about. See, everything I said, I can back up. I can literally bust out the scholarly evidence showing how this language is used in ancient Near East text to cut that guy and cut other guys. And then as far as you're concerned, you mentioned Isaiah 14. Well, I think it's pretty clear that that was fulfilled with the return from the Babylonian captivity. What else do you have? By the way, you're not muted right now. You're off mute. He can talk right now. What other evidence do you have, bro? Crazy. Yo, are you able to hear? This bug out, man. Did he leave the live stream? Is he still in the live stream? He's showing up on. Is he showing up? No, he's not showing up. I guess that dude left. Some reason he's still on my screen, but I can't move him off of the screen. Yeah, could you explain the rest of the part where it said the sun, moons, and the stars and all this? Here, let me show him that. In the book of Acts, so nobody says I'm making it up, because you leave it up to these bug outs, they'll say, well, you didn't show anything. Here, let's go to Joel. Look at this right here. Joel chapter 2. When we go down here, look what it says. And it shall come to pass that I will pour out my spirit on all flesh. Your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, your old men shall dream dreams, and your young men shall see visions. Even on the male and female servants in those days will I pour out my spirit. And I will show wonders in the heaven and on the earth, and blood and fire and columns of smoke. And the sun shall be turned to darkness, and the blood and the moon to blood, before the great and awesome day of the Lord comes. And it shall come to pass that everyone who calls on the name of the Lord shall be saved. You remember that, right? Let's go to the book of Acts chapter 2. See, these guys don't know what they're talking about, man. They come in the live stream talking to someone who knows their arguments and cuts them. Look what it says right here. But this is what was uttered through the prophet Joel. He's showing that this was fulfilled in that day, in that very day, in the day of Pentecost. In the last days it shall be, the Lord declares, that I will pour out my spirit on all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams. Oh, man, I don't know why it keeps doing that here. Even on my male and female servants in those days I will pour out my spirit, and they shall prophesy. And I will show wonders in the heavens above and signs on the earth below, blood and fire and vapor of smoke, and the sun shall be turned to darkness, and the blood the moon, before the day of the Lord comes, to the great and magnificent day. And it shall come to pass that everyone who calls on the name of the Lord shall be saved. Men of Israel, hear these words. Jesus of Nazareth, a man attested to you by God with mighty works and wonders and signs that God did through him in your midst, as you yourselves know. This Jesus delivered up according to the definite plan and the foreknowledge of God, you crucified and killed by the hands of lawless men. God raised him up, loosening the pangs of death, because it was not possible for him to be held by it. For For David says concerning him, I saw the Lord always before me, and he is at my right hand, that I may not be shaken. Therefore my heart was glad and my tongue rejoiced. My flesh will also dwell in hope. For you will not abandon my soul in Hades, or let your Holy One see corruption. You have made known to me the paths of life, and you will make me full of gladness with your presence. Brothers, I may say to you with confidence about the patriarch David, that he both died and was buried in his tomb with us to this day. Being therefore a prophet, and knowing that God had sworn an oath to him that he would set one of his descendants on his throne, he foresaw and spoke about the resurrection of Christ, that he was not abandoned to Hades, nor did his flesh see corruption. This Jesus raised up, and of that we are all witnesses. Being therefore exalted at the right hand of God, and having received from the Father the promise of the Holy Spirit, he has poured out this, that you yourselves are seeing and hearing. In other words, he's saying, what Joel said, what David said, is coming to pass in you right now. Did the sun become dark and blood and all? The language is used to indicate the metaphorical proposition that the other kingdoms are never going to supersede God's kingdom. It was first being used in the example of Joel to basically indicate, like, even though the people of Israel were disobedient, even though they went into their exiles, God was going to bring to an end the other kingdoms and establish their kingdom. That kingdom was established in Jesus Christ. We, the believers in Christ, according to Matthew 22, 1 through 14, because of Israel's rejection of him, now become partakers. But these guys have such a bad understanding of the Bible, because they're reading, like when this guy said, well, when did that happen? I should have asked them the question. In the book of Revelation, it says that the stars are going to fall to earth. How do stars fall to earth when a star, your average star, is like 2 to 3 times the size of the planet Earth? Could it be that stars is being used metaphorically? Oh, yes, metaphorically. Do you know how? We have the word star being used for an angel that guided the people, the Magi, to where Jesus was. And stars is also indicative of the beings that fell from heaven, with the dragon that fell from heaven. See, you would think that these guys would have a proper understanding of how stars and moons and all this other stuff are being used, but they're so bad at interpreting the Bible that they're just making these basic mistakes. But do you see how easy it is for someone who has actually read the Bible to explain this to them? This is not difficult to understand, man. But these guys do such a terrible job at interpreting the scriptures that all they do is just make a mistake, man. You know what I mean? All they do is just make mistakes in interpretation left and right. Crazy. Yeah. Oh, I kept saying Tu Wong Fu, that dude, man. Tu Wong Fu was the that was the movie about, I won't say it because I'm live on there. I was thinking of Padme. Was it Padme? Padme from Kill Bill, Volume 1 and 2. Dude that came in here with the white beard. That's who I was thinking of, man. Oh, man. Anyways, y'all, listen, forgive me if I'm being a little carnal today. Look, y'all can forgive me. Look, I'm y'all brother in Christ. I don't always get it right, but I get better. And in terms of my approach and my demeanor, I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea. Do forgive me. Do forgive me, y'all. I really do want to avoid the carnality, to be honest. I do want to avoid it. It's just so difficult when you're dealing with guys that are so arrogant. Like, one thing that I'm going to just share something public with y'all. One thing that sets me off is the arrogance of the guys that I'm talking to, because most of these guys haven't done any actual study into the biblical text outside of maybe just reading the King James. Old boy came in here and basically admitted that he has never read the Bible all the way through. Like, he said, I've never read Isaiah 13. I'm like, then came in here misrepresenting my my responses to him. Like, bro, like when I said, bro, like when the prophet, why does this thing not keep hiding? I'm trying to hide this. This thing is still showing up. Let me see. How do I take this off the screen, man? Oh, JP, you in the back? JP, you in the back?
I can talk now.
Oh, you able to talk
Or,
now?
yeah, I think I fixed my Wi-Fi, man.
All right, that's what's up, man. What's going on?
All right, man.
What up, man?
Just
keep it clean,
crazy,
though. That's
man.
all I'm gonna say,
Anyway,
man. Just keep it clean, man. I'm not trying to be carnal. I'm a man, you know. I'm, you know what I mean? Like, you know, the old adage, I'm saved but not soft, man. You know, Sister Lauren will let you know we saved but not soft over here, man. So just talk to me with a little bit of respect. I'm a Christian. I don't believe in carnality and, oh, I gotta see you and do this. And I'm not like that, and I know you're not like that. But if you want to take it there, you know. No, I'm just playing. Now go ahead. Man.
No, I got a question for you. That thing you brought up about Dominican Republic, and you said they're most Spaniards on their father's side because of that study they did.
Yes, correct.
All right. So they took DNA from 182 people.
89
That's
people.
Yeah,
I mentioned it in the live stream. Yeah, I mentioned it in the live stream.
So you trust that the Dominican Republic has over 11 million people? They only tested 189.
Well, 60 million people. It has more than 11. It has 60 million people.
Okay.
So here's the thing.
Okay. So hold on. Let me finish my whole statement. Finish my whole statement before you give me a response. Let me finish the whole thing I'm trying to say so you get the whole thought. So you came to the conclusion that the majority of Dominicans have Spaniard DNA based on a test of 189 people.
No, let me explain.
That's not even 1%.
I know. Let me help explain to you how genetic testing works. So do you understand how demographic genetics is conducted? They do it with populations of people. So like, for example, it wasn't 189 people in one single location. It was in 3 different parts of the island. Keep in mind that the Dominican Republic isn't massive. You're talking about a small island divided up between 2 halves, and the Dominican Republic has 1 half. So they did it in 3 different sectors of the Dominican Republic. And the fact that they were able to get that same kind of, like, basically, whether they did it on this side of the island, or this side of the island, they were able to come out with virtually the same kind of results in terms of the percentages. The people were coming up with the percentages roughly the same. So it's like, well, what do we learn from those percentages? We learned the following. It shows that wherever you go on the island, you're going to find that fluidity in terms of most of the people are going to be Spanish on their father's side. You do have some people that on their father's side descend from sub-Saharan people paternally, meaning their ancestors didn't intermix with Spaniards, right? Because you do have that in the Dominican Republic. But I think you and I, JP, come off mic for a second. You and I can be reasonable. Spaniards did bad things to the women on that island, right? You and I can agree on that, correct?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, if most of the people who were doing the bad things were the Spanishes, they were the dominant power group, they were the people in a position of power, it would make sense why most Spaniards on their father's side are Spanish. I didn't say all Spaniards, most Spaniards. So the reality is that we know that these people are mixed. You look at your average Dominican, they're very much mixed. A lot of their autosomal, that means the whole of their genetics, is sub-Saharan because it's common sense. Spanish man sleeps with West African woman, whether through force or coercion. They have a child. Mixed race child marries with Black African slave women. That's the population of women that he more than likely would have intermarried with. They have a child. Let's say or he intermarried with another woman who's also mixed race. You see how that works? Over time, over 4, 5, 6 generations, then people are going to get darker and darker, and they're going to look very African, right? But on their strict father side, they're always going to go back to that slave owner. That's the reality for 59% of Dominican men. That's a reality. That's not fantasy. That's not DuckTales.
You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that.
Yes, I can say that because
they only take it.
I know that. So listen closely. So again, you don't know how demographic genetics works. That's how it works. You take a test from one part of a place, then you go to another part independent of that place. You conduct studies with people who are not the same people from, meaning in the same immediate vicinity. Then you do it in another vicinity to see if the demographic shares, like for example, if you go to a part of the Dominican Republic where you find more sub-Saharan, you might say, oh, a lot of intermixing didn't take place here. If you go to another part of the island and another part of the island and another part, those 3 parts, and in the 3 separate parts, you're having roughly the same percentages, at some point you have to say, oh, this shows that the admixture was pretty much consistent, meaning European men were primarily sleeping with these Black African women and indigenous women. And then over
what did you
time,
what did you say that's called? You said it's called. It's called what testing? Then they said demographic testing.
Demographic genetics. So when you do studies, right, you don't literally study the entire like, oh, let's go and individually every single person and study them. You take sample sizes of populations of people. Let's say in one place you study 50 people, in another place you do 40, in another place you do 80 or something like that. You know, roughly like that. And I'm not saying that's adding up to the exact math of the 189. I'm just saying, just to give an example, and then you test the populations and then you see what they have. Eventually over time, what you're going to end up realizing is that in a place where the admixture was pretty much European dominant, would you agree that in the Dominican Republic it was European dominant based on the sample sizes? Because that's what the testing shows. It shows exactly that. And here's the other thing. What makes you think that the Spaniards were going to go and let the men just willy-nilly just have the women? And like, what makes you think they were going to give the men that kind of power? It makes more sense to think they were the ones that were in a position of power, exerting their power over the population and intermixing with the women. They took the women for themselves.
Why did they have breeding farms in America?
Forget about America. We're talking about the Dominican Republic. I need you to focus.
They had some of the same. I'm saying that.
No, you're comparing apples to oranges. We're talking about the Dominican Republic. Let's focus.
I'm not.
No,
because you said why wouldn't they get the power to the men to reproduce?
Bro.
That's basically what you was asking.
Let me ask you this question. Let me just ask you: do you have ADHD? Just out of curiosity. Can you stay focused?
Bro. That's why it's hard for people to have a conversation with you. Bro. I let you talk, and then I say 2 words. I say 2 words, and like you going on, and you talking about this and that.
Do you have ADHD? Because you're not able to stay focused, it seems like, unless it's something that interests you. This doesn't interest you because this goes.
I just sat here and listened to everything you did. I asked questions. I took notes.
I'm asking you a question.
And then as soon as I say something, you take it to an insult.
No, it's not an insult. I'm wondering because I asked you about the Dominican Republic and you brought up the United States. We're talking about the Dominican Republic right now. Can we stay?
The point that I was trying to make is that you still going to let the breathe.
The point is that I asked you a question about the Dominican Republic and you ignored that to bring up something irrelevant. Can you focus on my question again? Let's try this one more time. In the Dominican Republic, in the past, when the colonizer was there during the period of colonization, which I'm not a fan of, for the record, do you agree that European men were the dominant players and they were the ones doing the sleeping around with the women? Most of them.
No, not enough to affect the whole population.
No, I listen to what I asked you. So I didn't say the whole population. Most of the population does reflect that. Most of the population of the Dominican Republic. Here, how about this? I have several Dominican friends, right? They've taken DNA tests. So 5 Dominican friends. Now, I'm not saying this is representative of all Dominicans, but out of those 5 friends that took DNA tests, 4 of them came back R1BM269. That's the haplogroup that your Spanish and Portuguese have. 1 of them came back, I believe, haplogroup T. But T was also brought over by the colonizing group. You know what they didn't have? E1B1A. Now, I'm not saying you don't have Dominicans with E1B1A. The relevant study showed 38% did have E1B1A. Or at least 38% had, within that 38%, there was a significant portion that had E1B1A. But that's the minority, bro. Most Dominicans on their father's side are not descendants of sub-Saharans. Most Dominicans on their father's side are descendants of the Spaniards. Most Haitians, now this is the difference. In the same study, most Haitians were descendants of sub-Saharans because the French didn't do as much intermixing with them. And here's what's crazy. That sample size that they did in the Dominican Republic, you find that in Mexico, Most Mexicans, like somewhere like anywhere from 60 to 70% of Mexican men descend from the Spanish on their father's side. Most Colombian men descend from the Spanish on their father's side. In Antioquia, over there in Medellin, I think around there, they literally, it was like in one place, it was like 80% of the men. And we're talking brown men, bro. Men with brown skin, not men that have white skin, brown skin. Most of them on their mother's side were Native American, and on their father's side, they were European. That's the reality of most Latin Americans. Here, let me show you this so you don't think I'm making this up. Because that ain't the only paper, bro. The problem is that if you don't know anything about genetics, bro, this is gonna be like you're gonna get a rude awakening today. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm trying to be respectful. I just don't like when like people play like you're a skeptic against actual evidence, but you believe in this pseudo history of thinking you're an Israelite and that the African Americans and Dominicans are Israelites. That's not the case, bro. Dominicans aren't Israelites. African Americans aren't Israelites, and I can prove that to you if you'd like. All right, let me show you this real quick.
I'm reading something from Harvard University, and
what are you reading from Harvard University? Wait, hold on a second.
It says the website
you weren't paying attention to anything I said.
I paid attention to everything that you said.
Okay, tell me what I just said.
Even to the point where you was talking about your friends, and you had 5 friends who took a DNA test and they had the R-type group. Bro, I was listening to everything that you said.
Okay, so here's a question. Why do my friends? I got you. Why do my friends have haplogroup R? Where did they get that R from?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not too sure about haplogroups and R this, R that. I know that hold on. Let me.
But you're pushing back against it. That's what's crazy to me.
What I'm pushing back against is you making it seem like a whole generation of men didn't have reproduced.
No, fam, that's what I'm
pushing against. That's what I'm pushing against.
No. Listen,
I'm pushing against that. You said because of demographic DNA studies that they took DNA samples of 189 people and said the majority of the people have Spaniard.
The majority of the people based on demographic growth. Here, let me help you, bro, because you're showing me that you're ignorant of how DNA works. Number one, DNA isn't like DNA companies aren't doing like, unless we're talking about the Human Genome Project where they did a significant amount of DNA testing, but your study samples will sometimes only do studies on like 100, 200 people, maybe 300 people, 400 people, something like that. But they're not being done in just one single like area. They're doing it over multiple parts of the island. That's the part that you continually miss. The problem is that 189 wasn't just in one single area. By the way, nobody can hear you right now. It wasn't in one single area. All right. The other part about it is there are other tests that corroborate the testing that was done there. Look what it says right here. By the way, since nobody can hear you, I don't know why you're talking if you are muted right now. Like I muted your
mic. That's my TV.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm not talking. Every time you talk, I be quiet. Every single time.
All right, that's cool. I respect it. Look right here, bro. Now, this is another paper. Sex bias and admixture. As indicated above, historical studies have documented that the admixture in colonial Ibero-America, that's Latin America, Ibero-America, was strongly sex-based, reflecting the greater immigration of European men to the Americas and their dominant social roles. Genetic studies have enabled a precise assessment of the impact of this history on the genetic makeup of American populations. Initial analysis used mtDNA, that's the mother side, and Y chromosome data, that's the father side, which allow a direct assessment of paternal and maternal ancestry. A dramatic early example of this approach was provided by the population of Antioquia in Colombia, where 90% of the Y chromosome lineages were of European origin, whereas 90% of the mtDNA, that's the mother side, the maternal lineages, are Native American, indicating that the foundation of the population from this province overwhelmingly involved European men and Native women. Although this is not specifically recorded in historical documents, similar analysis of other Ibero-American populations like the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, all those different places, have often documented paternal lineages as mainly European, whereas maternal lineages are predominantly Native American or African, like in the case of the Dominican Republic. See, if you were doing your due diligence and study, you would know this. Here goes another one. Here goes another paper. Here, let me show you this one. The populations of Latin America have been influenced historically by male-mediated migrations during the colonial period, stemming mainly from European countries of Spain and Portugal and Africa. The admixture of the local populations of the Amerindians and Europeans gave rise to admixed populations known as mestizos, characterized by a European native mixed ancestry where the paternal lineage is usually, not always, usually of European origin. The analysis of the Y chromosome SNPs, YSNPs, allows to establish haplogroups and paternal biogeographical ancestry. R1b-M269 and its subhaplogroup R1b-S116 are among the most common West European paternal lineages. The R1b-S116 sublineage S1b-DF27 has been found to be near specific of Iberian Peninsula, and its analysis could contribute to deepen the paternal European Iberian introgression in Latin America. Because this isn't just based on one study, bro. This is multiple studies, multiple different places that bear witness to this admixture happening. So everywhere you turn, the evidence is going to point against you, fam. You got to get away from the pseudo history. This doctrine is not true. Biblically speaking, it can be shown to be false. Genetically, it can be shown to be false. The archaeology, none of it is there. But if you disagree, what do you have? I want to see you start giving me some evidence. I've given you evidence why it's not true. Give me evidence on why you think it is true.
I don't know that much about DNA. I don't know that much about DNA to even argue with you on that. I couldn't go back and forth with anything that you brought about that. I'd be sitting here lying if I did. But
here's my
thing.
I got you. I'm not asking you.
Generation...
Hold on, bro. Listen to me. You're going back to that same bad argument. You don't know DNA, but you're trying to save yourself by going to this. It's like almost like you're trying to cling on to this one ore that's in the water. You don't realize, bro, your entire argument was just debunked with more than just that paper from the Dominican Republic. I brought out two. I
haven't made an argument.
No. What I'm saying, your argument against it was only 189. Bro, if we start putting together all the different DNA tests, why is it that consistently in Latin America, whether the Dominican Republic or Puerto Rico or Venezuela or Cuba or Mexico or Guatemala or Nicaragua or El Salvador, why are the studies always coming back with most of the people being European on their father's side, and then the rest of their DNA is on the mother's side coming either from Native American or African? Why is that consistent? I'm not saying all the people, most of the people. Notice I said most, not all, most. Why are most of the people coming back not being Native American or West African on their father's side in Latin America? Why? Why is it consistently wherever you go in Latin America, you're finding the same pattern? Why?
You familiar with this scripture where Ephraim have mixed itself among the people?
Yeah, you're about to cut yourself. Let's actually go to it. Hosea chapter 7.
No. You be talking for like 5 to 10 minutes. That's like 2 words.
Yeah, because
I get cut off because I had a whole point and I couldn't get the whole point out.
Okay, do you realize that's not talking about Ephraim becoming lighter? You do know that, right?
I'm not talking about lighter. I'm just talking about the same.
So what was the point of bringing it up that he mixed himself among the people? How would that be relevant?
Just the fact that they mix themselves with the heathen, and then when you go to Deuteronomy 4:27,
okay, let me.
You said it's not all the people, because you said it's not all the people.
That's not talking about anything.
Can I finish?
Yeah, but
can I finish my point? Then you debunk my point. How about that? Can I finish my point? Then you debunk my point.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So you said it's not all the people, and it's
not talking about anything about interracial marriage.
Okay, hold on, I dropped my headphone. 1 second. But yeah, like I said, you said it's not all the people. You notice you said you didn't say all.
It's not talking about interracial marriage.
Can I finish? I'll let you get your whole.
I know, but you just made an argument that this is talking about interracial marriage. It's not.
Can I finish?
You want me to show you how it's not?
Can I finish my point and then you debunk?
I know, but what are you
Cool?
gonna do? You just want to hear yourself talk? That's what you want?
All right, I'm gonna
Just
just say
ask
my
you.
last thing, and then you can go. And in Deuteronomy 4:27, he said he's gonna make a few among the heathen. But go ahead, say what you guys say.
Yeah, he had few in number. You understand African
Yeah,
Americans are not few in number in the Americas. Bohemians, Trinidadians, Barbadians, they're the majority of the people in Trinidad. And like, how would that fit Deuteronomy 4:27 that says they would be left few in number into the nations where he would scatter them? They're not few in number. The people of Western Central Africa that were taken, first of all, they're not few in number in Western Central Africa. They're the majority of the people there. How would few in number fit them? It wouldn't fit them. You just cut your own argument without
it
realizing
will
it,
fit
because
them because
the
just like you
hold
said,
on a
after
second.
like
Hold on
five
a
or
second.
six
You notice that
generations,
I'm
they
talking.
become God.
You notice how I'm talking now. You just cut yourself. It says that the Israelites would be left few in number into the nations where the Lord would scatter them. The people of Western Central Africa weren't few in number in West Africa, in Central Africa, and they're not few in number in the Caribbean. They're not few in number in Brazil. Hell, if you include Latinos, they're the majority of the people of the Americas. They're the majority of the people in the Caribbean. That's literally a contradiction of what Deuteronomy says the Israelites would be, which would be small in number, few in number. You just cut yourself. Now let's deal with your misuse of Hosea. Hosea chapter 7 isn't talking about interracial marriage. You would notice if you actually read this chapter in context, which you haven't, but I'm going to help you, man. I'm trying to help you here. If you read this in context, when I would heal Israel, the iniquity of Ephraim is revealed, and the evil deeds of Samaria, for they deal falsely. The thief breaks in, and the bandits raid the house, but they do not consider, that I remember all their evil. Now their deeds surround them, they are before my face. By their evil they make the king glad, and the prince by their treachery. They are all adulterers. They are like a heated oven. Adulterers because it's talking about covenant relationship with the Lord, not adulterers with their own wives, because God was in covenant relationship. Though I was a husband unto them, Jeremiah 31:32. They are like a heated oven whose baker ceases to stir the fire from kneading the dough until it is leavened. In other words, what this is talking about is this is a baking metaphor. On the day of our king, the prince became sick with the heat of wine, and he stretched out his hand with mockers. For with hearts like an oven, they approached their intrigue. All the night their anger smolders, and in the morning it blazes like a flaming fire. All of them are hot as an oven, and they devour their rulers. All their kings have fallen, and none of them calls upon me. Remember that calls, because we're going to see who they were calling upon. Ephraim mixes himself with the people, meaning in their pagan practices. Ephraim is a cake not turned. Why? Because the cake burnt. Because remember, up here, it mentioned the baker who ceased to stir the fire and the kneading of the dough until it is leavened. What ended up happening is that the baker didn't turn the cake, and the cake burnt. Hence, Ephraim is a cake not turned. Like a cake that's spoiled. When your cake gets burnt, you can't consume it. It's useless. And because of the heat of their anger, as it mentioned up here and everything else, they were burned in their evil, in that they were taking up the wicked practices of Egypt and Assyria. How do I know? Let's keep reading. Strangers devour his strength, and he knows it not. Talking about the people of Ephraim. Gray hairs are sprinkled upon him, and he knows it not. The pride of Israel testifies to his face, yet they did not return to the Lord, nor seek him for all this. Ephraim is like a dove, silly and without sense, calling to Egypt, going to Assyria. They were looking for the hope in Egypt and Assyria, and making treatises and taking up the wicked practices of the Egyptian and the Assyrian. That's what's actually going on here, bro. It's talking about the wicked practices of the people of Ephraim, of the northern kingdom, that they took up. And in fact, I'm going to show you an example of that. You go 2 Kings 17. Here's an example.
Before you go to 2 Kings, can I ask a question?
No, I'm going to show you 2 Kings first. Look what it says. Here. In the 12th year of Ahaz, the king of Judah, Hoshea, the king of Elah, began to reign in Samaria over Israel. And he reigned 9 years, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, yet not as the kings of Israel who were before him. Against him came Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, and Hosea became his vassal and paid him tribute. But the king of Assyria found treachery in Hosea, for he had sent messengers to So, king of Egypt, and offered no tribute to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Therefore the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria invaded all the land and came to Samaria, and for 3 years he besieged it. Exactly what it's talking about over there in Hosea. This is the people when they took up, they were literally practicing wickedness. We know that. That's why the when you read in the book of 2nd Chronicles, I believe when it talked about in the reign of Hezekiah that the people of the northern kingdom have even stopped circumcising themselves. They had taken up their idolatrous practices, worshiping Asherah, all that nonsense. So the people were already in continual wickedness because they continually mixed themselves with the practices of the people. It's not talking about interracial marriage. The fact that you read that into the text shows me you don't know what you're talking about, because a little bit of context helped us see what's actually going on there.
Hey,
that's why I did this live stream. Yeah, I did this live stream because I wanted people to see. I did this live stream to show people that a lot of y'all don't know what you're talking about. Even when you invoke verses, you're misusing the verses.
When you gonna start making videos teaching the Bible from Genesis to Revelation? Because this isn't everybody that I see you speak to. You don't really debate them. A lot of times we say 2 words, or we may say a scripture, and then you stop us, you mute us, and then you explain what it means before we can fully get out our points. And I know that you do that with everyone, like everyone. You don't really be debating anybody. We pull out 2 words or 2 scriptures, and you be like, stop, no, let me show you what this means. Like, when are you gonna just start making videos actually teaching the Bible instead of just debating the Israelites? Like,
yeah, let me show you something.
You really don't debate us. You just put us on mute, and then you explain whatever scripture we bring out, and you don't even let us fully bring out our point before you actually
I do debate Hebrew Israelites that come on here, man. Here's the problem. I have videos on my channel where I debated Tazariak and I let him get all his points out. The difference is that with Tazariak, even though I don't think he's good at debating, but he at least will he'll try to answer the argument, even if he makes a fool of himself. And that's why I give him the respect to actually respond to him.
Is that on your channel?
Yeah, it's on my channel. So
I never seen it.
Well, you might want to look harder. So listen closely, man. It's one of the playlists. In the ISUPK playlist, it should be the first video in the playlist. Now listen to me, bro. Now, the problem is, and he's not the only one, bro. I've had conversations with a bunch of like high-ranking Hebrew Israelites. The problem is you guys aren't them. You guys are, if they're bad, you're worse. You're way worse than they are at arguing points.
Yeah, because we just regular Israelites. We're not trained.
I don't think you're Israelites at all, but I'm just saying, in terms of the way that you argue, you're terrible at arguing. Tazariak is bad, but you're like awful. So if I just let you go on and on and on, bro, at some point I'm just gonna be sitting here like I'm gonna be doing this. I'm gonna be face palming the whole time, like, oh no, this dude is just gonna ramble and get out like 5-6 verses. Hold on.
When you've been talking to me, I just get straight to the point.
Yeah, but this is my live stream, so I get to say what I want in my live stream. And if you don't like it, kick rocks. That's as simple as that, man. Now, at the end of the day, I do these because I want people here. I'm going to mute your mic because I hear your background. I do these because I want people to see the absurdity in your arguments so they stay away from your doctrines. And I want them to see how bad you guys do. You don't realize that you actually serve as content to be able to show other people how poorly your average Hebrew Israelite argues. You're a perfect example of your average Hebrew Israelite that doesn't know what he's talking about. Tazariak isn't better than you. He's more seasoned in rhetoric, like he knows how to spin doctor better than you do. But in terms of the arguments, you guys are just as bad. But the difference is you don't have his ability to spin doctor. You don't have his ability to get out of arguments and then twist something and, reverse it. And you don't have that talent.
I understand exactly where you're coming from, what you're saying. Like, I get where you're coming from.
And I'm saying
that's why they always say you gotta be trained before you debate. That's why in them schools they don't let like soldiers get on the debate with nobody because they're not trained. But I get where you're coming from. Because I watch you, and a lot of people that you talk to definitely sound bugged out.
But you're one of those guys. But you're one of those guys too. I'm not trying to disrespect, but you are one of those guys, man.
Bro, this whole time I've been talking to you, I've been sitting here quiet. I didn't put my phone on mute and let you talk. I haven't got any point across.
I hear you. No, you have
Any of
gotten
them.
points.
I haven't finished none of my points
You
at
have
all.
gotten points. You have gotten points across, bro. But I'm gonna be honest, bro. If I were having a conversation with Tazariak, I would feel like I would have to be more on my feet. With you, it's just like, oh, this dude, bro. It's like, the only way I could describe it, bro, is like, and I'm not trying to be arrogant, but it's like an NBA player playing against a high school athlete. That's what it feels like. Like, I feel like I'm
you on here
talking to.
debating every day. I don't sit back and debate every day, but I got a question for you. Hey.
Well, before you ask me a question, hold on. So I want to explain. So if you were like, I've had debates with Tazariak where I just let him talk and then I talk, and he still gets cut up, man. Like, it's not like he does better in terms of the actual arguments. He just has a lot more decorum. He is trained to stay quiet and let me get it out. And then when he talks, I show him the same respect. And in those conversations, I stay quiet. I don't interrupt him. I stay quiet. Now, we will at times interrupt each other because it's just natural. It just happens in conversations. Like, we're not perfect. But because I'm trained in how to debate and he's trained in how to debate, it actually feels like a debate. With you, no disrespect, bro, you're in way over your league. So I feel like this is more of a teaching moment for someone like you. Like, I only debate my equals. All others I teach. Even with Tazariak, I don't consider him my equal. You guys aren't my equal, but with him, at least I'll do it because people think he's a great debater. So I'll entertain him in debate. But with you, I got to be a little more like, I got to be a teacher. You're in my classroom. I'm here to teach you, to show you why these are bad arguments.
The difference between Tazariak and you, other than debating, he actually teaches the Bible. So a lot of times we don't even know where you're coming from or where you're going to go, because all we see from you is debating. So we don't always know what you believe on certain points. With us, you already know where we're coming from. You already know what scriptures we're going to pull, because you already know what we believe in. You already know where we're going to go. So you've already studied those scriptures. You have rebuttals for them. You already, but with you, we don't know. Like, even with me personally, I don't know exactly what you believe in on every topic.
Yeah, why don't you ask me some questions then? Yeah, ask me some questions. Because I do, you go on, before you ask me the questions, just so we're clear, because I do have videos where I show what I teach. It's literally in the rebuttal videos where I'll provide the correct contextual understanding. Like, I've been doing it in this conversation. I literally just taught you the Bible by showing you what this is actually talking about, objectively speaking. Not my personal interpretation of what I think this is about, like you did, but contextually what it's actually about. And so if we do this with the whole Bible, at some point you're going to realize, oh, the only position that makes sense is the Christian faith, the historical Christian faith, the one that you reject, the one that you think is false but is actually true, is the only one that makes sense of all these passages. Whereas the Hebrew Israelite doctrine is a fake, it's a phony, it's a fraud, it's a fugazi. Now, I have videos on my channel. Check out the videos. Any video that you see with a Bible verse, I'm literally teaching on that Bible verse, giving you exactly what it says, which is my interpretation, because I go with what the biblical text actually says, the author's original intent, not my own opinion. So if you want to know what I believe what the biblical authors believe. You believe a private interpretation of the biblical authors, which is not their actual thoughts. And what question you wanted to ask me? Go ahead.
I heard you several times bring up the sub-Saharan Africans were in the West Coast tens of thousands of years before Abraham.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
You said that sub-Saharan Africans were in the West Coast of Africa tens of thousands of years before they were even Abraham.
So I say West and Central Africa. I use that.
Okay, West and Central Africa.
Yeah.
You said for tens of thousands of years, right?
Yeah, that. So do you know what my argument is concerning that?
Clarify for me.
No, you said you know my argument, right? You know my argument?
I just asked you to clarify it. I don't want to misspeak.
Okay.
I just told you what I thought it was, and if I'm wrong, correct me.
But hold on, but you watched the video, so like in the video, how did I lay it? Because I'm very precise and articulate in how I convey my viewpoints. Listen, so how did
I've heard you say it?
No, hold on, I got you. Hold on, before just to the best of your ability. I'm not saying I'm gonna stay quiet and listen to you. How have you heard me convey it?
In several different debates, several different videos. I've heard you say, "How can we be Israelites? We were in the West and Central Africa tens of thousands of years before there was even an Abraham."
Yeah.
And I'm asking you, is that your viewpoint?
That's the viewpoint of the evidence. The actual genetic evidence points in that direction. Are you aware what the Bantu? Wait. Are you aware of the Bantu expansion?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, explain it to me what you understand about it.
I can't explain it to you.
So how do you say a little bit? Tell me the little bit that you know.
I don't know anything.
So, okay, I want you to follow something real quick. This is what I talked about an amateur, right? Oh, I know a little bit about it because you felt like I'll just get by with that because he's not going to ask me too much more. Like, come on. And then I asked you.
Nah, it's not. I'm really just trying to sharpen my sword on you. I'm trying to get into the
You're trying to sharpen your sword, but you don't. But you don't have a sword to sharpen, man.
But I have a question though. Can you answer?
No. Forget about your question right now. Now I want to focus in on this, man, because this shows me like you're bad, bro, at debating. Like, and you're trying to sharpen your sword with me. Like you're not gonna get better having a discussion with me. If anything, I'm gonna destroy your faith in this false doctrine. You came to the wrong person if you came here to sharpen your sword. Listen, man. If I ask you about the Bantu expansion, and you say a little bit, and then you say, "Oh, well, I don't know nothing." Do you know what that leads me to believe? Oh, this dude didn't even bother to do 10 seconds worth of Google search to even look into what the Bantu expansion is. But you heard me argue
right now. I'm about to give it to you right now.
You're gonna give it to me. Hold on a second. You're gonna give it to me now that you decided to do it on the spot. But you had all those other opportunities in the past, and it's fine. You can do it right now on the spot. But why would you wait until right this very moment to do it? That's lazy. That shows me that you're lazy.
It makes no burns on the question that I'm about to ask you.
No, so it does.
If you can let me get my question out.
No, hold on a second.
At least I'm honest. I ain't sitting here lying to you.
No, I know you're being honest. I'll give you that. I respect that. But it's not good for you to come in here and then actually, no, you did lie a little bit. You said, "Oh, I know a little bit." Well, tell me about it. "Oh, I don't know nothing." That's lying. You lied. Like, you really lied. You know what I'm saying? Man, let me take that back. I was like, no, I had to catch myself. I'm like, wait a minute, this dude just lied to me right now. You know what I'm saying? Bro, this is gonna end up in a clip. I'm sorry, man. I gotta put you in
one. That's cool, but can I get my question out?
No, you can't get your question out. Now you can't get your question out.
You're rude, man.
Nah, you a liar though. Why would I be honorable? Why would I be honorable towards a liar? Nah, get out of here, bro. Why would I be honorable towards a liar, bro? Get out of here, bro. This dude came up in here lying in it and talking about, "You gonna let me get my question out?" Get out of here, bro. This dude crazy. Matter of fact, you know what? I'll let you. You know what? I want some more content. Yeah, I need some. I want to get some more content. Go ahead. I'm gonna get some more content out of you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I'm gonna make.
I talked to you a few times. I talked to you a few times, man.
I got you, brother. Hold on, real quick. To the brother Dre. Hold up, brother Dre. I got you. I'm a operate in good faith. I appreciate you for checking me on that. I appreciate you for checking me. I'm gonna be humble about it. All right, let's do the following. All right, I'm gonna humble down. All right, go ahead, JP.
All right. So, am I right when you say your argument is that they've been in there 1,000 years before there was Abraham? I'm right about that. Mm-hmm. That is your viewpoint, right? That's what the evidence says.
Yeah.
All right.
Correct.
And you believe in the story of Noah, right?
Yeah. Are you gonna ask me the question of who African Americans are from the sons of Noah?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay. How much time between Noah and Abraham?
Noah and Abraham? I don't know, man, because a lot of the ages in the biblical. Hold on a second, bro. Yeah, your research right there. If you try to add up the dates of the people, so this is where I want to point you in the direction of academic research that shows that a lot of the numbering in the biblical text is meant to be theological. So there's also I don't know if you've noticed this, because if you've done any real research into the genealogical charts, you'll notice that there's gaps in several of the genealogies, like significant gaps to the point where it's like it feels like generations are being skipped. So if you're trying to
They
make this,
recognize the notable people.
yeah, and so the ages of the Bible are meant to be genealogical, and this is a ancient Near East practice. So have you ever seen now I'm bringing this up because it's relevant to what we're talking about. Have you ever seen the Assyrian kings list to see the ages of the various kings of Assyria? Bro, they had some ridiculous ages, like 10,000 years, dude living 30,000 years, and then the very next generation in the list of kings where they were the less favorable of the kings, oh, they're just living their regular 40, 50 years. Like it just goes back to normal, which shows you that there was a theological implication for that society, for their respective kings that they respected. A lot of these cultures would end up doing some like weird deification things with their monarchs. And so now I'm not saying the people of Israel are doing that, just so we're clear. What I'm saying is that these cultures attach, like there's a theological implication to the ages of particular people in these ancient Near East societies. The biblical authors are doing this with the patriarchs, a lot of different people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So when you ask me how long, objectively, how long between Abraham and Noah, that's hard to say. I wanted to ask you though, do you believe that the earth is young? Are you a believer that that the earth is 6,000 years old? Are you one of those guys?
I've never put into no thought into that.
The
I know
earth
the
was
things
old.
that I don't believe in.
Yeah,
when it says the earth was made on the first day he made this, second day he made this, third day he made this. When I look at that as like a span of time. And I don't know how much time that is. I just look at it as a span of time. So when you're going through the days,
I agree with you.
I look at it as like it's a span of time.
Yeah, we agree. We actually agree there. That's ironic that you and I actually have, and that's the position that a lot of Christians that are conservative, because this is not like some liberal. I want for the audience out there, this is not some liberal Christian viewpoint. Conservative Christians like Dr. Michael Heiser and other people, very conservative, also held to this. He passed away. RIP to him. That's why I said held to this viewpoint. And there are Christian scholars that are conservative that also hold to the viewpoint. And I tend to agree with them independent of whatever they're saying. I'm not just like agreeing because they said it. Just objectively looking into it myself, I came to the realization very quickly, oh, it seems like, like this could be a span of time, because the word yom can indicate like it could mean a 24-hour day, but it could also mean a long duration of time depending on the context. So that's my viewpoint as well, ironically. See, that's something we both agree on, man. See, you know what I mean? We don't always got to disagree, man. We got something we agree on, right? At least something.
Yeah, that's but how do you, I'm just saying, so you don't have a definite answer or how long you think it was from Noah to Abraham?
No.
Okay, so if you don't have a time frame of that, how do you trust the time frame they give you where it says that these Africans was here for this amount of time?
I see what you're asking. Yeah. So the reason I bring that up is because most of my interlocutors hold to the viewpoint of like the ages are literal, like, like this guy lived this, and this, and this. And when you get to the Bronze Age period, and by the way, that is the viewpoint of most scholarship. Like if scholarship says if Abraham existed, he would have existed in this time frame. So they'll put him anywhere from like 1900 BC to 1700 BC. All right, you following me so far?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and this is scholarship, whether conservative or non-conservative. Some of them treat Abraham as a eponymous ancestor, like a person that was invented. Others believe that there could have been definitely a man, Abraham, that gave right. So I go with the conservative viewpoint. I believe Abraham was a real person. And when you realize when Israel would become a nation, right? The biblical text states when Israel became a nation. If we treat that time frame from when Israel appears historically on the scene with the archaeological evidence, it's going to be during your late Bronze Age, early Iron Age period. All right, you follow me so far?
Yeah.
That's the objective evidence. That's in the, like, whether you want to believe it or I want to believe it. When I do that and I realize, okay, so they're putting Abraham at this time frame, the Bantu expansion took place before that time. Here's the reality, right? The genetic evidence isn't there. You don't have mass quantities of E1B1A in the Levant, which is what you would expect to find if Abraham gave rise to, like, if Jacob gave rise to African Americans, right? African Americans are predominantly E1B1A. That's the same haplogroup that you find in Western Central African, like 75 to 95% of Western Central Africans, okay? E1B1A. That means Jacob has to be E1B1A in that viewpoint. If Jacob is E1B1A, that means Isaac was E1B1A. That means Esau was E1B1A because Isaac is the father of Jacob and Esau. That means Abraham was E1B1A. That means the Midianites were E1B1A. That means the Ishmaelites were E1B1A. When you combine all those people groups together, we should be seeing large amounts of E1B1A because these people gave rise to entire populations, kingdoms, etc. But we don't find high frequencies of E1B1A. Even if you have bottlenecking, you're still going to see that reflected in the population, and we just don't see it. The genetic evidence is not there. One, you would have to posit like a mass deportation of all these different peoples from the region, and then a whole completely repopulation by a completely like a whole different people who came and just stole the identities of everybody else. And no, that the evidence doesn't show that. The evidence shows that with the Bronze Age collapse, you had J carriers coming in displacing E1B1B carriers, which is your Natufian culture. Those weren't Israelites. They amalgamated some of those people into their society, and those two people groups formed the basis of the populations of people that were out there, including the people of Israel. Okay, you following me so far? So when I look at that genetic evidence, that's E1B1B, not E1B1A, different people group. There is no evidence of a mass migration of E1B1A carriers out of the region during either the late Bronze Age, early Iron Age. You don't have that happening. You don't have it reflected in the gene pool. You don't have ancient cadavers of E1B1A in the Levant. All of the things that we would be expecting to find, you're not finding. You're not finding, man. You know, all of the genetic evidence points in the opposite direction. We have an ancient cadaver from the First Temple period, J2. You find that in the mainstream population. You also find that in the other Semitic groups that were in the region. That shows that there's overlap between the two communities. That shows that the modern community has connections to the ancient community. But you don't find that same connection with African Americans. Do you understand me? Like African Americans, by majority, don't have an ancient connection, paternally speaking, to the Levant.
So
they have connections.
They don't find E1B1A in the Levant.
Not just because they don't find E1B1A. Not just because they don't find E1B1A. It's the combination of. So, if the Israelites were dispersed, right? You agree that, like, do you hold to the same viewpoint as the camps that Israelites took on Gentile customs and stopped living as Israelites?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that if that took place in the way that the camps express with the people they think are Israelites, we should be seeing, because if they're going to claim that Jacob gave rise to African Americans and Haitians and Jamaicans and Trinidadians and all the Southern Kingdom tribes were black, apparently. The people that were in the land, the predominant tribal groups that were in the land during the time of Christ were the tribe of Judah, Levi, and Benjamin, right? Hence E1B1A carriers. We should be seeing ancient first century samples even within the region of E1B1A being, we're not finding these big quantities, bro. It's the opposite. Even in the first century, you're not finding it. You had diasporic communities. Hold on a second. You have diasporic communities in places like Rome and you don't have it reflected. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible for you to have E1B1A there. You can certainly find E1B1A, but like in small samples, not large, not the way that you would expect, and certainly not in the Levant. That's the thing is, bro, we should be seeing it in the Levant, like in enough significant places. Okay, what about my logic?
All right, we got all these different haplogroups, all these different types of DNA, right?
Yeah.
We have all these different types.
Mm-hmm.
We all came from Adam, and then you get down to Noah. We all come to Noah. How come we don't everybody doesn't have the same DNA?
Because of genetic mutations I already anticipated the argument. I've answered this before with other Hebrew Israelites. Because of the genetic mutation in the allele, which creates a downstream mutation. So Adam would have to be haplogroup A according to the phylogenetic tree, right? It's just the oldest haplogroup that there is, right? And Y chromosomal Adam is literally, ironically enough, haplogroup A. Okay, all other haplogroups are downstreams from Adam. So you can have a downstream mutation that creates a branch, as you will, a downstream branch that becomes a population of people in terms of carriers, and then their descendants continue to carry it, and then there's a branch that happens because of a mutation, and so you have a sub branch and then a sub branch. Okay, so haplogroup A gave rise to haplogroup B. Haplogroup B gave rise to haplogroup CT. CT gave rise to DE and CF. DE gave rise to haplogroups D and E. From E, you eventually get E1B1, then E1B1A, and E1B1B. You see how that works? So E1B1A is a subclade of E1B1. E1B1 is a subclade of the base haplogroup E. Base haplogroup E is a derivative of DE. DE is a derivative of CT. CT is a derivative of B. B is a derivative of A. You see how that works?
You see how I was able to yeah, I see how you broke it down the same. But yeah, I just can't put too much faith in this science.
It could take no, fam, it's not a, listen to me. The science is in terms of what we're referring to, because we're not talking about things like evolution and that stuff. I don't agree with evolution. But in terms of the DNA, if we're talking about the Y chromosome, you inherit that from your father. That's a reality. That's a fact. That's a objective reality.
This is what I'm trying to get to. How long does it take for the DNA to mutate that we have all these different branches of DNA?
Yeah, it can take.
We all come from Noah.
It can take a long time. There could be a case where you could have human populations, perhaps in one area that were, let's say the three sons of Noah, just to use that. Let's say they were haplogroup A. There's nothing impossible for three people with A to eventually give rise to the downstream mutations that exist today. You actually have a group. Now, I don't fully agree with their model, but I respect that they actually put out a model. It's the Yap Gang. They make an argument that Jacob was E1B1B, E1B1B, not E1B1A. And there's good reasoning for them to come to that conclusion. For example, I'm not saying this is my position. I'm just saying, just so you can see another group's model, and I could say, out of respect. And it took them a while to get to this, man. They started off as Hebrew Israelites, and the genetic evidence moved them completely away. But with the genetic evidence, they concluded that it's more than likely that Jacob was E1B1B. I'll explain how they came to the conclusion. One, you have the Natufian culture that was there. They were E1B1B, and that culture was the basis for the Semitic cultures that came into they amalgamated those two cultures. The culture that came in, the J carriers with the E carriers, kind of amalgamated culturally, and they became essentially a society of different peoples, which actually, ironically enough, follows the pattern of the biblical text, because you'll see the Israelites intermarrying with Canaanites. You'll see, for example, when they left out of Egypt, they left with a mixed multitude of people. So people intermixing with other people was very natural in the ancient Near East. That's in the biblical text and in the evidence that we see in archaeology. Okay. Now, when it comes to E1B1B, your Samaritans who have been there, the evidence shows that these people are the Samaritans going all the way back. Their Kohanim is virtually all E1B1B. If you read the book of 2 Kings 17, when it talked about the Levite that was sent down to teach the people, presumably, if you read Josephus, he says that there were multiple Levites. And if we follow that pattern of behavior, we should be expecting that Levites were with the people. The Samaritans being that group, when you look at their genetics, all of their Kohanim are E1B1B. The oldest haplogroup, not oldest haplogroup. One of the oldest rabbinic families is the Shapira family. They're E1B1B. You follow me so far?
Yeah.
So that seems to have, and I'm not saying this is locked down and perfect, and this is like, that's it, the discussion is over. I'm just saying that, but you see how they laid out a case. I can respect that. I don't have to agree with it, but I can respect it. And I could say it's plausible. Yeah, sure. That's definitely plausible. You know what's not plausible? Saying that the majority of African Americans are Israelites, because they're not. Yeah, man. So, but they have a genetic model where the three sons of Noah were A, haplogroup A, and then they gave rise to downstream mutations of different nations of people, you know, and it makes sense, you know, like over a long duration of time, not like overnight, not like, yeah.
So do you believe beta Israelites were Jews or no?
So that's a good question. I appreciate you asking that question, man. If you say like Jews in terms of practicing the religion, sure. But do I think the majority of those people physically descend from Jacob? No, of course not.
But the Ashkenazi and the Sephardic and the Mizrahi.
I don't think the majority of Ashkenazis and Sephardic Jews physically descend from Jacob. I believe that they're a part of a historic community. See, that's why I'm glad that you asked that question, because I've said this in live streams before. I don't hold to the position that most Ashkenazis physically descend from Jacob. I believe they're Jews, but the biblical text never treats being a Jew as merely you descend from Judah or you descend from Jacob. It also treats people who convert as being Jews. Esther 8:17, and many of the people of the land became Jews, right? That's why you have people later, like remember the Edomites during the time of John Hyrcanus converted the Edomites and they became Jews. It says they were here after no other than Jews. Why do you think Drusilla in Acts 24:24 is called Jewess, not pseudo-Judas? You know, like the Greek word for so-called Jew is pseudo-Jewess, like literally pseudo-Judaio. Like why isn't she referred to as pseudo, so-called? Because converts were Jews.
No.
Yeah, because converts were Jews. They were a part of the community. They kept the same law, statutes, and commandments. So yeah, if you mean like, are they Jews? Do I think they're legitimately Jews? Yeah, I think they're legitimately Jews. Just like I think Ashkenazis and Sephardic Jews are legitimately. I can't even speak right now. That I believe they're all legitimately Jews in terms of belonging to a historic community. But do I think they physically? Oh, can you hear me now? You able to hear me now, bro? You had dropped out. You can hear me, bro? Did he drop? Yeah, but I don't believe that Ashkenazis and Ethiopians and all these, I don't believe that, just like I don't believe the majority of African Americans are physical descendants of Jacob. But I think the Ashkenazis, dropped out. Yeah, but at least I'm glad he asked me that question, man. Oh, there he's back now.
And I accidentally clicked off.
What was the last thing you heard me say, man?
That you don't believe that all of them are Jews, and then
now ask
anybody could be.
Ask me why you think that I don't believe that the majority of Ashkenazi, Sephardic, and Ethiopian Jews are physical descendants of Jacob. Why do you think I believe that?
I'm just asking whether you do or you don't. So if you don't,
I know, but why? No, I know, but why? No, I do believe that, but ask me why I believe that. Why do you think I believe that?
You tell me why do you believe that?
Because they have various lines of descent, bro. Like these people, like when you look at Ethiopians, there are various lines of descent within their population. When you look at Ashkenazim, they have like 8 to 9. No, they have like 9 major lines of descent. When you look at Sephardic Jews, they have like about 5 or 6 or 7 lines of descent. And with the Ashkenazi, bro, they have no majority in terms of like, oh, you could say 50 or 60% of their DNA is this, right? It's like 20%, 23% J1, 20% J2, 15% or 18% E1B1B, and then the rest is like 5%, 6%. It's like very small. I'm like, that shows you that they can't all descend from Jacob, because Jacob can only give one paternal haplogroup to his descendants. All right, you follow me?
The point that I'm trying to make with that, I'm glad that you say that. So when you read Revelation,
that doesn't. Hold on. Yeah, those who say they are Jews and are not, but are synagogue of Satan. Let me get to that.
Yeah, hold on. Let me. All right, finish your point. Let me get out my.
Yeah, because I was still in the middle. I was still.
Go ahead, bro. You got it. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, the problem with the reasoning, and I'm gonna deal with that after you bring it out, because that's also a misuse of that. You'll see why in a second. I'm gonna show you it biblically. I'm not gonna give you DNA for that. I'm gonna give you Bible. All right. So, but in terms of, but the biblical text treats Jews, and it treats Jews as being either someone who descends from Jacob or who converts. Like Numbers 15:15, one ordinance and one manner shall be both for you and the congregation and the stranger that sojourns with you, as ordinance forever in your generations. As you are, so shall the stranger be before the Lord. Deuteronomy 29:14, Moses speaking to all 12 tribes, men, women, and children. Neither with you only do I make this covenant and oath, but with whoever is standing with us this day before the Lord our God. That's why Esther in 17 says people became Jews. You understand me? A Gentile could easily convert and become a member of the community. That's why in Acts 2:10 in the King James, it says strangers of Rome, Jews, and proselytes. Proselyte was the word in the Greek for convert. That's why Christ says to the Pharisees, you compass sea and land to make one proselyte, and when he is made, you make him twofold more a child of hell than yourselves. But so I believe Ashkenazis descend from a historical community, but I don't believe all or most Ashkenazis are physical descendants of Jacob. Just like I don't believe most African Americans are physical descendants. But Ashkenazis, if we're just talking on a percentage scale of who I think has the better chance of having more physical descendants, Ashkenazis are whooping African Americans in that, bro. As small as they are, whatever you want to say, but they have the better case. All right, go ahead. What you want to ask? Go ahead.
So 29 to 39, is that talking about them or is that talking about us?
No, that's not talking about either. That's talking about the Jews that were in the historical region of Asia Minor with the 7 churches, specifically the Church of Smyrna and the Church of Philadelphia, and they were persecuting believers there. Now, how do I know? Look at your screen. You see the Bible? I have it open. You see it?
That's it.
Okay, let's actually do this real quick. It's on my screen, but who's the author of the book of Revelation? John. So John, in John chapter 8, records something in verse 31 through 44. So Jesus said to the Jews who had believed in him. Now, this is a superficial belief, as you're going to see in a moment. If you abide in my word, you are truly my disciples, and you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. The truth is him. John 14:6. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes unto the Father except through me. They answered him, we are the offspring of Abraham and have never been enslaved to anyone. How is it that you say you will become free? Jesus answered him, truly, truly, I say to you, everyone who practices sin is a slave to sin. And the slave does not, I don't know why I keep doing this, man. Hold on, let me fix this. And the slave does not remain in the house forever, but the son remains forever. So if the son sets you free, you will be free indeed. I know that you are the offspring of Abraham, yet you seek to kill me because my word finds no place in you. Notice it's a superficial belief. When he says the offspring of Abraham, the seed of Abraham, in the Psalm, it says, Israel is the seed of Abraham. All right, so we know that when he's using it, he's not meaning Edomites or Midianites or Ishmaelites. He means the people of Israel. He knows these are Israelites, yet he says, my word finds no place in you, right? Because they seek to kill him. I speak what I have seen with my father, and you do what you have heard from your father. Now let's get down to the relevant part. In 44, what does he say to them after they kept rejecting him? You are of your father, the devil, and your will is to do your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning and did not stand in the truth because there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks out of his own character, for he is a liar and the father of lies. But because I tell you the truth, you do not believe me. All right? You see what he said there, right? Remember, he told those same Jews in John 10, when they said, tell us plainly if you're the Messiah. I have told you plainly, and you do not believe because you are not my sheep. All right? Now, keep that in mind. Matthew chapter 3, John the Baptist. Look what he says. Look what John the Baptist says. I'm going to get several witnesses. But when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees coming to his baptism, he said to them, you brood of vipers, who warned you to flee from the wrath to come? Bear fruit in keeping with repentance, and do not presume to say to yourselves, we have Abraham as our father. For I tell you, God is able from these stones to raise up children for Abraham. Remember that. He says, even now, the axe is laid to the root of the trees. Every tree, therefore, that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Now we got a little bit of context. Now we're going to go to Romans chapter 2. Paul, who was formerly a part of that synagogue of Satan, look what he says. But if you call yourself a Jew, I know the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews and are not. But if you call yourself a Jew and rely on the law and boast in God and know his will and approve of what is excellent because you are instructed from the law, and if you are sure that you yourselves are a guide to the blind, a light to those in darkness, an instructor of the foolish, a teacher of children, having in the law the embodiment of knowledge and truth, you then who teach others, do you not teach yourself? While you preach against stealing, do you steal? You who say that one must not commit adultery, do you commit adultery? You who abhor idols, do you rob temples? You who boast in the law dishonor God by breaking the law. For it is written, the name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles because of you. I know the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews and are not. Why are they not? Look at 25. For circumcision is indeed of value if you obey the law, but if you break the law, such as Deuteronomy 18:18, that says that they needed to believe in the one that God would send, the prophet that would be raised up like unto Moses, and that they would hear him. Well, he came to them and they rejected. For circumcision indeed is of value if you obey the law. But if you break the law, your circumcision becomes uncircumcision. I know the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews and are not, because by rejecting Christ, their circumcision becomes uncircumcision. So if a man who is uncircumcised, keeps the precepts of the law, such as Deuteronomy 18:18, believing in Jesus and hearing him, will not his uncircumcision be regarded as circumcision? Then he who is physically uncircumcised but keeps the law, believing in Jesus, the law, prophets, and the Psalms bore witness of him, will condemn you who have the written code and circumcision but break the law. For no one is a Jew who is merely one outwardly, nor is circumcision outward and physical, but a Jew is one inwardly, and circumcision is a matter of the heart, by the Spirit, not by the letter. His praise is not from man, but from God. Therefore, I know the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews and are not is precisely with Romans chapter 9, verse 6. For they are not all Israel who are descended from Israel. You hear that? Verse 6. Because it's about your covenant relationship, not who you descend from. But it is not as though the word of God has failed, for not all who are descended from Israel belong to Israel. Let's go to Galatians chapter. You notice I'm giving you all the evidence to show how this is a concept in the biblical text. Look how Paul's going to equate those who don't come under the new covenant as being the children of Hagar and being spiritual Ishmaelites. Tell me, therefore, you who desire to be under the law, do you not listen to the law? For it is written that Abraham had two sons, one by a slave woman and one by a free woman. But the son of the slave was born according to the flesh, while the son of the free woman was born through promise. Now this may be interpreted allegorically. These women are two covenants. One is from Mount Sinai, bearing children for slavery. She is Hagar. Now Hagar is Mount Sinai in Arabia. She corresponds to the present Jerusalem, for she is in slavery with her children. Notice he's equating the people of Israel that don't believe in Jesus as being the children of Hagar and thus spiritual Ishmaelites. But Jerusalem above is free, and she is our mother. For it is written, rejoice, O barren one who does not bear. Break forth and cry aloud, you who is not in labor. For the children of the desolate one will be more than those of the one who has a husband. Now you brothers, he doesn't say brothers according to the flesh. He means brothers according to a common faith. Like Isaac are children of promise. But just as at that time, he who was born according to the flesh persecuted him who was born according to the Spirit, so also it is now. But what does the scripture say? Cast out the slave woman and her son, for the son of the slave woman shall not inherit with the son of the free woman. So, brothers, we are not the children of the slave, but of the free woman. Notice that he even distinguishes himself from the people who believe in Jesus. That shows you that in terms of the covenantal aspect, before the eyesight of God, those who reject Christ, even when they were circumcised in their foreskin, their circumcision becomes uncircumcision. They're counted as children of Hagar. They're considered spiritual Ishmaelites. But those who believe in Christ, according to Galatians 3, even when they come from the other nations, they can count Abraham as their father through faith, not through biology. That's why it says that we've been grafted contrary to nature into a tree we weren't originally a part of. Do you see how I'm able to reconcile that with all of the Bible all the way down? It shows you that Jesus is the only way. Amen. Jesus, as this person, narrow is the way, Jesus is the way. Amen. Only Jesus gives us access to the Father. And if you have the wrong Jesus and it has nothing to do with what you think he looks like outwardly in his skin color, you can believe he's black. But is your Jesus truly God and truly man? Is he the God-man, second person in the Trinity, who died for the sins of anybody that believes in him, regardless of their ethnic background? Because that's the Jesus of Scripture, not the camp Jesus. That's a bug out. That's a fake version of Jesus. Joseph is his daddy. That's not what the biblical text says. He's not really God, and I don't mean the Father when I say God. He's basically a created spiritual being that made all other things. That's not the Jesus of Scripture. He's an austere man. He calls women the B word. Nah, fam. That's another Jesus, which 2 Corinthians 11 warns against, and another gospel which says will make you a curse, according to Galatians chapter 1, 6-9. And that gospel, when you read it contextually in the epistle to the Galatians, is the gospel of Judaizing, ironically enough, because that's what Paul is railing against, Judaizing. Do you notice how I'm able to give you an explanation? I know this Bible front to back, bro. I believe in this book. I really, JP, believe in this book. I want you to believe in it truly, but you got to get away from this camp doctrine. You got to get away from these bug outs online that are leading you astray. What they're teaching you is not the scriptures, bro. It's a distortion of the scriptures. What else you want to ask me? Go ahead.
I don't know, man. I think that's it for tonight, man. I asked a few questions. I got a few of your viewpoints. I see your breakdowns. I'm gonna just step offline for a minute. I'm gonna just keep walking.
Wait, don't step offline yet. Listen to me, man. Listen, I want you to know. Listen, forgive me if I was disrespectful to you. I care about you, bro. I really do. I wouldn't be sitting here for hours if I didn't care about you. I don't do it just because I be talking a little greasy, man. We all talk greasy, you know what I mean? Like, we're people of color, we talk greasy. But I care about you, bro. I mean that. I really do care about you. Look, just so you know something, I'm not telling you come embrace blue-eyed, blonde-haired Jesus. I'm not one of those guys, man. That's not my MO. I'm not telling you like, that's not me. All right.
Now, I get where you coming from, man. But next time you see I come online, I know it's me. I ain't gonna be over talking you or none of that. I just want to ask my questions and get my points across. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
You don't gotta keep muting me. I ain't disrespectful. I ain't gonna talk over top of you. If we start both start talking, I'll be quiet. You know what I'm saying? But
I was talking a little greasy today, man, because a lot of the dudes that I talk to, they be having me on edge, and by the time I get to the next person, and the way you came, oh man, you was talking about my mic and all this, I was like, oh, this dude, man, I was like, he another one. So
nah, man, I'm just joking with you, bro. That's it.
Nah, I got you. I can't tell, man. I can't tell. Like, my thing is this, bro. I'm the kind of person, man. So I don't know where you grew up, man. You grew up where you grew up in the United States, if you mind me asking.
DC.
Like, what part? DC?
Yeah.
Oh, you from DC? Okay, I grew up in Jersey, man. So, look, man, I grew up probably how you grew up, man. Going to the barbershop, playing the dozens, all that. You know what I mean? Doing some dumb stuff I shouldn't have been doing. Like, I didn't grow up with no silver spoon in my mouth and none of that stuff, bro. And ooh, not bad at this. I grew up, bro. I grew up literally, you know, I grew up around Black and Hispanic folk. I didn't have white boys as friends. I didn't start believing in the Christian faith because I wanted to save white people and all that. I believe salvation is for all people because that's what the Bible says. And I realized that the Hebrew Israelite doctrine is false because I used to believe what you believe. I was in that doctrine. Do you understand me? I was in it. I came out of it because I believe in the Bible. I trust in the Bible. But bro, man, listen, man, this doctrine is going to send you to the lake of fire if you remain in it. I don't want you to end up in the lake of fire, bro. Okay? I was on my way to the lake of fire before God had mercy upon me. And I believe God will have mercy upon you, bro. I care about you. I want you to be in the kingdom of heaven. I want to be able to hug you and say, you're my brother in Christ, and to be able to consider you my family. You understand me?
Do you think the kingdom of heaven is in heaven or on earth?
Brother, that's a different topic. Let's focus on.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Nah, you good. No, man. That's what.
No, hold on. Listen to me, man. But you're in a lie right now, bro. Like, do you understand that I do this as a labor of love because I care about you? I care about our people. I don't do this because I just want, like, I ain't lying to you. I do this to get content to show people that this doctrine is crazy. I want people to see this doctrine is a lie, but I'm hoping it convicts your heart and that you see that this is a deception, bro. This is another one of Satan's devices that is used to destroy our people, black and brown people, without you realizing it, man. Sincerely. Bro, this ain't no different than the Nation of Islam and all the other bug out ideologies. All of those are lies that lead to the same path. Satan is demonic, man. He's already defeated. The Bible already declares in the Bible that he is going to the lake of fire, right? In the book of Revelation and the Gospel of Matthew, Christ already said it's prepared for Satan and his angels. What you think Satan is doing right now? Pulling as many people as he can as a Pied Piper down the same path that he's going down, the path of destruction. He's trying to take as many people as he can, and he creates all these false ideologies, twisting the scriptures. You know, Satan twists the scriptures. In the wilderness, he tempted Jesus with the Bible. So don't be surprised when you see these groups quoting the Bible. Satan quotes the Bible and twists it, just like these groups do. Bro, you have time. You have time to repent. You have time to leave and find the true Christ of scripture. You can be, if you really want to have peace, man, you can only have it in the Christian faith, man. You will never have it in the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Never. You'll never find it because it's not the truth. The truth is Christ. And unless you're in him and unless you really truly trusted in him, brother, you will never have peace. And I want you to have peace. I want you to be at peace. You understand me?
Yeah, I hear you. But I gotta be honest, like, bro, I don't agree with your doctrine. I don't agree with Christianity. Like, I see your breakdown, I see your zeal, everything. I can tell you very well studied, but there's no way you can tell me Christianity is the true doctrine or the what's the word I'm looking for? The tenets of Christianity is the true doctrine. I look around at these churches.
Brother, it is absolutely the true doctrine, and you can't base it on the churches, because when you read in the Bible, the church of Corinth had people that were going off, as the camps would say. Okay, do you not see what was going on in the church of Corinth? That a man was even sleeping with his father's wife. Yeah. So bad things were happening back then. So here's the thing with the Hebrew Israelite doctrine: there's no fruit, bro. Like everything they teach, like about history, about the Bible, about this and that, bro. When you start, that's why I did this whole live stream. I had a whole presentation.
You can't really, you can't really say it ain't no fruit.
Bro. Hold on, let me finish, bro. No, hold on, let me finish. I was in the doctrine. Yes, I can say it, bro. Do you think that I just decided one day, oh, I just don't like these guys? No, bro. It's because I promoted that doctrine. I came out of it, and I came out of it because I fact checked it. Because I really wanted to follow the Bible, and I was like, look, man, I gotta follow God, not man. I gotta go with what is true according to the book. And when I studied the book objectively and I started realizing the inconsistencies in their doctrine, this is before the genetic evidence. The genetic evidence was way after the fact. Just the plain reading of the text ain't what these guys say. How ISUPK teaches the Bible ain't what the Bible is actually saying, bro, when you read it objectively. And especially when you read it in a Greek, in its actual Greek and Hebrew. Like, these guys don't know no actual Greek and Hebrew. Don't let them fool you with that fake Hebrew telling you that's ancient Hebrew. No, it's not, bro. Even that dialect that they use is fake. These guys don't know Hebrew. They're relying on Strong's Concordance. They don't even know how to use Strong's Concordance right. They don't actually use proper lexicons. They don't know Strong's Concordance is based on the King James Version translation, and it's not an actual lexicon. It doesn't show you how words are used in the verses, like in their immediate context. You know what I mean? It just compiles all the ways it's translated into King James. But if you get an actual lexicon that tells you how the words are used in this verse, brother, you start realizing very quickly, oh, this doctrine don't make no sense. It don't make no kind of sense. That's why I want you to, bro, keep watching these live streams and you'll see how much these guys get wrong. I care about you. I really do. But yes, if you reject the Christian faith, bro, you're rejecting what the Bible says. You're going to end up in hell, bro. You're going to end up in the lake of fire. I don't want that for you. And there is a hell. There is a hell. You know, the original school that gave rise to these teachings, they teach that hell is an actual place today. The ICGJC is the original One West. They teach that hell is real. Now they're wrong in a lot of things, but even they had to realize hell is not just a state of mind. No, man, hell is an actual place of torment, bro. A spiritual place of torment that the wicked are going to go to if they don't trust in Christ. You're as good as dead. And when I say the lake of fire, I mean the last judgment, the final judgment, because even hell and death are cast into the lake of fire, right? When I say the lake of fire, I mean the final judgment. I don't want your final judgment to be in the lake of fire, bro.
All right, I hear you, man. Listen, I got some more questions for you, man. And I'm gonna hop on some more live streams. We're gonna talk a little bit more. We're gonna go through the scriptures a little bit more.
Cool.
But
let me ask you before you go, are you're not with no group right now? You don't like, you not with nobody?
I'm not with a group, but my wife's father is with IUIC, and he's been trying to get us to join.
No. I'm sorry, man. For part of my friends, for those, nah, man. Listen, man, they the worst, bro. We'll talk about it another time, man. Look, listen, man. Hey, look, for real, man. I love you. I care about you. I want to see you be in Christ, man. Right now, you're not in Christ, bro. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You're not in Christ right now, bro. I want you to be in Christ. I care about you. I really do, man. I'm not just telling you that. Listen, man, you know how we get as people of color, you know, we like to joke and all that when we feel like somebody offended. Forgive me if I was disrespectful to you. I mean that. I really do mean that, because I want you to see the sincerity of my heart that I care about you. I'm not doing this with ulterior motive. I'm doing this because I care about your soul, man. Your soul matters to me, man. All right?
Yeah, all right,
that,
brother, man. I'm going to talk to you again.
All right, man. All right, take it easy, bro. Take it easy, man. All right. All right, we went 4 hours today, y'all. It was a long one. Yeah. And hopefully people didn't get it, because I may have like twisted up my words a little bit, because I was like, because I'm thinking in the King James English, man. You know, hell meaning Sheol, and then the lake of fire, which is different than Sheol. You know, with the lake of fire is the final judgment. So I want to be clear what I was saying at the end. Hopefully nobody got it twisted. Y'all keep him in prayer. Y'all keep JP in prayer. Listen, I appreciate all of you. God bless every last one of you for even sitting here, man. Look, I didn't know I had all this amount of people still watching me right now, man. But y'all keep me in prayer. Forgive me for the tone. And to the brother Dre, if you're still listening, I appreciate you for checking me. That was very important what you did, man. That's the way. If y'all want to help me, that's the way you should do it. Be like, hey, just humble down, brother. Don't do all that. You know what I mean? And as soon as that happened, you saw how the conversation shifted. It's good, because sometimes we can lose track, especially when we're having these conversations, get heated. You know, we get heated in the heat of the moment. I really want to make sure that I do things the right way. So you brothers and sisters, keep me accountable. Don't let me just act a plumb fool because you respect how I break down the Bible. I don't want to be Sam Shamoon, y'all. I don't want to be that guy. And for the record, I learned from Sam Shamoon, like a lot of us did, in terms of just doing apologetics, but I don't respect the way he talks to people, and I don't want to be that way. So y'all keep me accountable, because I don't want to be the Christian apologist, towards the Hebrew Israelite version of Sam Shamoon, like what he does. Like, I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? But yeah, for the rest of y'all, let me just stop sharing. I got my screen sharing right now. Listen, y'all pray for me for a little bit more patience, man. A little more patience in the live streams, man. They end up beautiful. You know what I mean? And that's why a lot of y'all don't know Willie being here, man. Willie be keeping me in check a lot. Y'all pray for the brother Willie, man. You know what I mean? Pray for his health situation. It's not dire, but but definitely pray for that man's recovery. You know what I mean? And if anybody would like to do this, and I always do this because the sister Lauren be pressuring me. You got to blame her for this. If anybody would like to cash at me, or if you're unable to provide a super chat, or if you want to cash app, how do I post this at the side? You can. How do I do this, man? I'm trying to remember how to do this, man. If anybody wants the Cash App, there goes my Cash App. I feel like I ran a marathon today, y'all. Y'all keep me in prayer. I'll keep all of you in prayer. And I hope to see you guys Thursday, Lord willing. You know what I mean? I appreciate every last one of you for the love and support that y'all show. So I'm going to end it here. God bless you all. I hope this has edified someone out there. And until next time, take care. God bless. Peace.